Chapter 1178. After the brief interlude along the way, the group did not stop for the rest of the journey. Lan Ye's speed was much faster, and Xiao Yan and the rest followed closely behind. They knew that Lan Yi was probably worried that another obstacle like the four elders of the East Valley would appear, so he deliberately increased his speed. Hence, they did not say anything. 2 days later, the group arrived at a city. Donghua City was the headquarters of the Fang clan. Here, everything was decided by the Fang clan. Now that they were here, they were truly safe. It was only at this moment that Lan Yi finally let out a long sigh of relief. He glanced at the innocent-looking Fang Jizong by the side, and the corner of his mouth revealed a warm smile. Immediately, he hurriedly looked at Xiao Yan. Before the latter could meet his gaze, he hurriedly shifted his gaze away. Master Lan. When the group arrived at the Fang clan mansion, the guards outside the door immediately bowed respectfully to Lan Yi. At the same time, their gazes swept over Xiao Yan's group behind him. However, they did not bother with this young master of theirs from the beginning until the end. Everyone in Donghua City knew that the young master of the Fang family had become a cripple. He was simply a fool. Who would be respectful to a fool? Glancing at the two guards, Lan Yi was displeased but did not say anything. It was human nature and there was no need to pay attention to them. If he had not been with Fang Jizong for so many years, even he would not be willing to pay attention to such a person. However, Lan Ye's gaze turned and looked at a black carriage not far away. There were strange carvings on it. They looked like beasts or birds, but they were definitely not human. They should be some kind of ancient magical beast totem. Even the magical beast pulling the carriage was a soaring cloud leopard that was difficult to obtain for ordinary forces. Based on this alone, it could be determined that the carriage belonged to no ordinary person. This carriage, Lan Yi carefully sized up the carriage in front of him. When he saw the strange carvings, he immediately thought of something. This is the insignia of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Someone from the 10,000 Scorpion sect came to the family residence? Lan Yi suddenly turned his head. His enmity towards the 10,000 Scorpion sect was no less than that of the Heavenly Puppet sect. These two forces were not good people. Ordinary people would avoid them. Even the Fang family did not want to have anything to do with them. But why would people from the 10,000 Scorpion sect come to the Fang clan? In reply to Master Lan, this carriage has already arrived at the clan this morning. The people who came are indeed from the 10,000 Scorpion sect. They seem to have come to visit the young master with the family head. They are still in the reception hall. Faced with Lan Ye's questioning, the two guards didn't dare to be disrespectful and hurriedly told him everything they knew. 10,000 Scorpion sect? One of the 3 sects of the southern region. Who would have thought that we would encounter 2 of the 3 sects of the southern region the moment we arrived at the extreme south? In addition to the burning flame valley that we are about to head to, wouldn't we encounter all of them? Hearing the conversation between Lan Yi and the Fang family guard, Xiao Yan and the great ape beside him immediately whispered to each other. Xiao Yan glanced at the two of them from the corner of his eye and then looked at Lan Yi. Seeing that the latter did not notice, he was relieved. However, Xiao Yan could not help but be curious about the guard's words. According to his understanding, the Fang family was not under the command of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Why would the 10,000 Scorpion sect send someone to visit Fang Jizong? Mr. Xiao Yan, please come in with me. Lan Yi was no fool. In the blink of an eye, he had guessed the 10,000 Scorpion sect's intentions. Without saying anything else, he immediately turned to Xiao Yan and clasped his fists in a respectful manner. When this scene fell into the eyes of the two guards, it caused them to immediately widen their eyes. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they looked at Xiao Yan. It was unexpected that Teacher Lan, whose position in the clan was not low, would actually bow to such a young person. This was really shocking. Seeing Lan Ye's attitude, Xiao Yan immediately understood what he meant. The Fang family was a large family and their overall power could not be underestimated. The reason why the 10,000 Scorpion sect came to visit Fang Jizong at this time was only a pretense. They probably had other motives and it was related to the entire Fang family's motives. Alright. Xiao Yan nodded heavily. He understood Lan Ye's feelings. If he was a step too late and the master really did make some sort of deal with the 10,000 Scorpion sect, it would be a matter that would destroy the foundation of the family. After which, Lan Yi led Xiao Yan's group and swiftly entered the Fong clan's mansion. They rushed directly to the Fong clan's guest hall. Along the way, they chased away all the clan elders and deacons who had come to inquire. No one was able to stop this group. Everyone in the Fong family could only watch helplessly as Lan Yi led a group of unknown people into the Fong family residence. However, there was nothing they could do about it. At the same time, in the Fong family's guest hall, apart from a few high-ranking elders of the Fong family, the other juniors and guards outside had all been dismissed. There were a total of 5 people sitting in the hall. One of them was a dignified middle-aged man in brocade robes, the other 3 were white-haired elders in white robes, and the last was a skinny, dark-skinned elder in black robes. At this moment, the black-robed man was staring at the other 4 people with a sneer on his face. His right index finger tapped rhythmically on the table as if he was waiting for something. Hee, master of the Fong family, I've already given you the method. I just want to see how you react. If you agree now, I'll immediately give you the antidote that I have. However, if you still want to think about it for a few more days, then I'm sorry, I won't keep you company. The black-robed man tapped his index finger faster and faster on the table until a certain moment. The black-robed man simply stood up and swept his sharp eyes across the 4 people present. He exchanged glances with the middle-aged man at the head of the table and smiled coldly. He pretended to raise his foot and instantly increased the pressure in the hearts of the 4 people present. Mao Sun, don't go too far. No matter how much the Fong family needs this antidote, we can't betray our own organization for this. The 10,000 Scorpion sect is delusional. Just as Mao Sun was about to raise his foot and leave, the 3 elders sitting opposite him suddenly stood up and stared at him with angry expressions. They were furious and snorted disdainfully at the matter of betrayal. Good, you guys are really loyal. Since that's the case, I want to ask Master of the Fong family. Fong Qi, they don't care about your son, but don't tell me that even you, the father, don't want your precious son. Hearing the words of the 3 elders, Mao Sun's face was cold and disdainful. He directly set his gaze on the master of the Fong family, Fong Qi. He was very clear that no matter how these 3 old fellows argued, as long as Fong Qi opened his mouth, all of their retorts would no longer be important. Now, it all depended on Fong Qi's choice. Chapter 1179. Mao Sun was an envoy of the Myriad Scorpion sect. He was only at late returnance, the same as Lan Yi. If it were any other time, he would not even have the courage to speak before the 4 of them. However, he was able to make the 4 of them pale today, and the reason for all of this was Fang Jitsong. According to Mao Sun, he had a special pill in his possession. This pill just so happened to be able to cure the poison in Fang Jitsong's body. Fang Qi was naturally extremely excited about this. As long as he obtained the pill, the poison in Fang Jitsong's body would be cured. The knot in his heart that had been there for a long time would naturally be resolved. However, Mao Sun's condition for handing over the pill was that the Fang family had to join the Myriad Scorpion sect and become a subordinate of the sect. This was even a personal request from the sect master of the Myriad Scorpion sect. If they did not agree, they would not be able to obtain the pill. As for openly stealing it, that was even more unrealistic. Since Mao Sun had come here alone, he should have thought of this long ago. Fang Qi and the others were not idiots. Once they began fighting, there would be no room for reconciliation between the 2 sides. Fang Jitsong would obviously be doomed. Fang Qi lowered his head silently when he heard Mao Sun's question. His face darkened and paled as he could not help but clench his hands together. He was unsettled. As the head of the family, he ought to put the interests of the family first before considering anything. However, at the same time, he was also a father. Now that his son's life was in the hands of this bastard in front of him, he had to make a choice between the family and his son under the pressure of both sides. The pain of this was something that few people could understand. Patriarch Fong, since everything is for the sake of the clan, it doesn't matter which side you join. If you wish to protect the clan and save your son at the same time, then what I said earlier is your only choice. Of course, if you choose the clan between the two, then I will respect you. Mao Sun narrowed his eyes when he saw how Fang Qi was still hesitating. His words made Fang Qi feel quite pressured once again. He was forcing Fang Qi to make a choice. Since Patriarch Fang is unwilling, I can only bid farewell, Mao Sun said coldly. Mao Sun said in a cold tone. Without any hesitation, he turned around and walked out of the hall. He clearly knew that if Fang Qi really agreed, he would definitely make a choice before he left the Fang family. Otherwise, even if he sat here for an entire day, Fang Qi would still hesitate and drag it out. Wait! Sure enough, just as Mao Sun raised his hand and was about to pull open the door of the reception hall, Fang Qi, who was seated at the head of the table, finally could not sit still any longer. Heavy words fiercely jumped out from between his teeth. At the same time as he stood up, the 3 clan elders below immediately gathered their gazes on Fang Qi, master. Even though the 3 old men knew how difficult it was for Fang Qi to make this choice, they still could not help but speak up to stop him. However, just as they opened their mouths, they swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. Fang Qi's choice might have affected the family's interests, but he was doing this for his son. There was nothing wrong with a father doing this for his son. In front of the door of the reception hall, a satisfied smile appeared on Mao Sun's face. He slowly turned around and fixed his gaze on Fang Qi. The corner of his mouth twitched as he sneered. Master Fang, have you made up your mind? Hearing this, Fang Qi's towering body trembled slightly. In the end, he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and was about to nod in agreement. But at this moment, bang! The door behind Mao Sun was suddenly blasted open by a huge force from the outside. The tyrannical force actually knocked Mao Sun, who was caught off guard, flying forward. He immediately fell in the middle of the reception hall in a sorry state. At the same time, the gazes of Fang Qi and the 3 elders of the Fang family were also attracted at this moment. Seeing the person who came, the 4 of them were slightly startled. They did not expect Lan Yi to barge in without notifying them and even knock Mao Sun down. Although this scene made them feel a little happy, there was a serious matter at hand and Lan Yi should not be so mischievous. Bastard! Who dares to knock me down? Mao Sun, who had just eaten a dog's poop, staggered up from the floor of the hall and cursed. He turned around and glared angrily, his gaze instantly fixed on Lan Yi. Lan Yi! Mao Sun, I heard your disgusting voice before I even got here. You're still not dead after so many years. The moment the two met, Lan Yi clenched his fists as the Genesis Qi in his body rapidly circulated. Before Mao Sun could say anything, Lan Yi's foot slammed into the ground. Tremendous power poured out from his feet as his body abruptly shot forward, arriving in front of Mao Sun in the blink of an eye and viciously swung a fist at Mao Sun's head. When the latter saw Lan Yi rushing towards him without saying a word, the expression on his face changed drastically. In a short period of time, he could only hurriedly defend himself. Then, Lan Yi's fist landed heavily between his crossed arms. Bang! Accompanied by a low muffled sound, Mao Sun's body immediately retreated uncontrollably. However, Lan Yi did not give up and was about to attack again. Over the past 2 days, Lan Yi had been suppressing his anger from being beaten up by the 2 puppets. Now that he had returned to the clan and heard about this matter, he had nowhere to vent his anger. Who would have thought that this fellow from the so-called 10,000 Scorpion sect would actually be an enemy he knew? Naturally, he did not show any mercy when he attacked, and his battle prowess was even greater than before. God damn it! Fang Qi! If you don't tell him to stop, don't even think about saving your son. Although they were both late returnance experts, Mao Sun found it rather difficult to deal with Lan Yi's desperate attacks. As he grumbled inside, he immediately shifted the trouble to Fang Qi, who was just about to watch the show from behind. Fang Qi's face immediately sank even more when he heard that. He cursed Mao Sun inside before snorting helplessly. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force immediately condensed in the room, turning into an invisible barrier in the blink of an eye. It stood between Lan Yi and Mao Sun, forcefully blocking Lan Yi's attack. Regardless of how ferocious Lan Yi's attacks were, they were all mercilessly blocked in front of this invisible barrier. Even the slightest spatial ripple was not stirred. This scene caused the hearts of Xiao Yan's group, who were at the entrance, to be shocked. Just how terrifying was the cultivation required to block the attack of a late returnance expert with just a wave of his hand? Is this the power above Origin King? How terrifying! Xiao Yan quietly exclaimed in his heart. His throat involuntarily rolled along with this thought. He exchanged glances with the few people beside him and realized that other than Luo Jin, everyone else had the same expression. Xiao Yan could only bitterly withdraw. All right, Lan Yi, stop. There's no need for you to do anything today. You can leave first. Fang Qi looked at Lan Yi helplessly. He knew that Lan Yi was furious, but he had no choice but to do this since it concerned his son. Patriarch. You can leave. This time, Fang Qi directly waved his hand. He seemed to be tired, so he forcefully opened his eyes and turned around to sit down. Patriarch, I've already found a way to cure the young master. Seeing Fang Qi act in this manner, Lan Yi clearly understood the reason in his heart. He immediately turned his head to look at Xiao Yan behind him. When he turned around, he saw Mao Sun's disdainful manner. Only then did he become so angry that his face twitched. He clenched his teeth and spoke loudly to Fang Qi, who had just sat in the main seat. As soon as he finished speaking, the chair under Fang Qi exploded with a bang and he instantly stood up. A pair of sharp eyes immediately stared at Lan Yi as he cried out involuntarily with his eyes wide open. What did you say? Chapter 1180. In the guest hall of the Fang family, the chair that Fang Qi was sitting on exploded the moment Lan Yi finished his sentence. Following the change in Fang Qi's emotions, even the aura around his body began to surge. Similarly, the three elders of the Fang family stared at Lan Yi with widened eyes. Their eyes were filled with shock, but at the same time, they were filled with strong expectations. If what Lan Yi said was true, then Mao Sun's plan to force them to cooperate with the 10,000 Scorpion sect would naturally fail. This would allow the Fang family to heave a sigh of relief. Furthermore, they could also cure the poison in Fang Jizong's body. This was undoubtedly the best of both worlds. However, Lan Ye's words alone could not prove that he had really found a way to cure Fang Jizong's poison. After all, they had invited many people to observe and help Fang Jizong with the poison. However, without exception, they could only suppress it and could not cure it. Even Fang Qi himself had almost lost all hope. The reason why he cared so much about Mao Sun's words and was even forced to protect his safety was because Mao Sun had given him the greatest hope of saving Fang Jizong. Even though he was extremely emotional after hearing Lan Ye's words, he didn't dare to jump to a conclusion. Lan Yi, what did you just say? As if worried that he had misheard, Fang Qi raised his trembling hand and stared fixedly at Lan Yi. His breathing quickened as he spoke. At the same time, the other people in the hall also focused their gazes on Lan Yi, especially Mao Sun. When he heard Lan Ye's words, an uneasy feeling rose in his heart. However, Mao Sun quickly calmed himself down. He was very clear about the poison in Fang Jizong's body. In the southern region, it was likely that no one other than the sect leader of the Fang family could cure it. After all, they had waited for a few years in order to take the Fang family under their wing. Now, they were only one step away from the success of their plan. How could anything go wrong at this time? Sect leader, I have found a way to cure the poison in the young master's body. In the hall, Lan Yi stood in the middle of the hall and bowed deeply towards Fang Qi. Although his voice was not loud, anyone could hear the confidence in his voice. After all, Lan Yi was a member of the Fang family, so Fang Qi naturally trusted his words. After the emotional turmoil just now, when he heard these words, Fang Qi no longer had any doubts in his heart, and a surprised smile appeared on his face. Similarly, the three Fang family elders also looked at each other. The huge rock hanging high in their hearts finally fell. When they glanced at Mao Sun again, their eyes were filled with disdain and ridicule. Mao Sun was certain that he could use Fang Jizong's matter to swallow the Fang family. However, to his surprise, Lan Yi suddenly brought back such great news. This time, not only Mao Sun, but the entire 10,000 Scorpion sect's plan had failed. Lan Yi, sect leader Fang, has just agreed to join our 10,000 Scorpion sect, So I advise you not to use such baseless words to scare people. If you really have a way to cure your young master's poison, then why did you only say it and not show any evidence? Mao Sun glanced at the three elders of the Fang family and sneered. He then turned his gaze back to Lan Yi. When he said those words, the expressions of the three elders became slightly unnatural. Although they didn't want to admit it, Mao Sun's words weren't wrong at all. Even though they trusted Lan Ye's words because of his identity, if he couldn't provide any evidence, they wouldn't be able to officially accept it. Mao Sun, do you think I can't produce evidence? Hearing this, Lan Yi narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at Mao Sun. A dense killing intent gradually gathered in his eyes. It's not that I think, but I believe that you can't produce evidence because this poison. At this point, Mao Sun's spirit suddenly shook as if he suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly swallowed the words that were already at the tip of his tongue. Only then did he curl his lips and said nervously, "Don't worry. Only I have the antidote for this poison." Furthermore, sect leader Fang seems to have asked for the help of many people in order to cure the poison, including the elders of the Alchemist Alliance and the powerful sect leader of the Burning Flame Valley. However, what happened in the end? Even they were unable to cure Fang Jitsong of the poison. Now, you're actually saying that you've found a way to cure the poison. This is simply a joke. Although Mao Sun's words were resolute and decisive, no one paid any attention to him this time. They were only suspicious of his sudden pause just now. However, their gazes were still fixed on Lan Yi, waiting for the latter's rebuttal. Fang Qi carefully thought about Mao Sun's words, but he was a little surprised in his heart. He had indeed asked the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley to cure Fang Jitsong's poison. However, this was definitely extremely confidential information. How did he know? Moreover, listening to his words just now, although it was only half of the sentence, it made Fang Qi feel that there was some secret behind it. Looks like there are some people with unknown identities in the Fang family. Lan Yi secretly thought in his heart and spoke at this moment. Mao Sun, don't be too sure of your words. Even the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley can't do anything. What right do you have to say that you can cure Fang Jitsong of the poison? Hearing this, the latter's face was filled with a sneer. He firmly believed that there was only one antidote for the poison in Fang Jitsong's body, and that antidote could only be found in the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Just me. However, just as Mao Sun finished speaking, a loud voice suddenly came from outside the hall, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. The person who spoke was Xiao Yan. As everyone's gazes shot over, Xiao Yan lifted his foot and walked toward the middle of the hall. Behind him, Luo Jin and the others followed close behind. Fang Jitsong, on the other hand, actually walked toward the courtyard outside by himself. His face was filled with joy as he played. Fang Qi and the others had indeed noticed the existence of Xiao Yan's group. However, they did not say anything when they saw that Xiao Yan had come together with Lan Yi. It was unexpected that this young man in front of them would suddenly intervene at this critical moment. Patriarch Fang, I am Xiao Yan. I have come under Master Lan's invitation to cure young Master Fang of the poison. Xiao Yan's expression did not change at all when he heard Fang Qi's question. He clasped his hands towards Fang Qi and spoke calmly. Kid, did I hear wrong? Even the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley can't cure this poison, so how can an early returnant's kid like you be worthy? Boom! Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the mocking laughter in Mao Sun's mouth had just sounded when Xiao Yan's standing body suddenly shook. One could hear a bang, and a fierce flame began to burn intensely on the surface of his body. Do you think I'm worthy or not? Chapter 1181. Heavenly Flame. When the heavenly flame ignited on Xiao Yan's body, the temperature in the entire hall rose abruptly. The terrifyingly high temperature even caused the air to twist and tear. Almost at the same time, Fang Qi, who was seated at the head of the table, and the three elders of the Fang family immediately cried out in surprise. Their faces were filled with dumbfounded expressions and the shock in their hearts was indescribable. At the same time, Mao Sun, who had been questioned by Xiao Yan's imposing manner, instantly had an ugly expression on his old face. His face alternated between green and white, and the muscles at the corner of his eyes could not help but twitch. The moment the heavenly flame appeared, he immediately understood that his 10,000 scorpion sects plan was going to be ruined. In front of the heavenly flame, no matter how powerful a poison was, it would lose its luster. Not only was the heavenly flame the most terrifying power in the world, it was also the nemesis of all poisons. Even if the poison in Fang Jizong's body was 1,000 or 10,000 times more powerful, with the heavenly flame, it would still be easily expelled. Damn it! How could this brat possess the heavenly flame? The 10,000 Scorpion sect had calculated in every possible way, but they did not expect that someone would actually possess the heavenly flame. Furthermore, the Fang family had encountered it. This kind of coincidence really made them gnash their teeth in hatred. But what should they do now? What could they do? Since the heavenly flame had appeared, no matter what he said, the Fang family would still choose Xiaoyan. If he angered this group of people in front of him, it was not impossible for them to go crazy and kill him. Haha, good. Mr. Xiaoyan, since Lan Yi has invited you, then the poison in my son's body will all depend on you. If the poison in my son's body can be completely removed, I, Fang Qi, guarantee that not only will I give you all the benefits that the Fang family has promised to the outside world, I, Fang Qi, will also owe Mr. Xiaoyan a favor. In the future, if Mr. needs my help, I, Fang Qi, will definitely do my best to help. Xiaoyan's appearance had not only saved Fang Jizong, but also eliminated the Fang family's greatest threat today. This caused Fang Qi to become even more grateful for Xiaoyan's appearance. Xiaoyan merely nodded his head in an indifferent manner when he heard Fang Qi's words. However, his heart was filled with joy. He had waited for so long because of these words from Fang Qi, a favor from an expert at the Advanced Yuan King class. With this, his trip to the extreme south could be considered to have the greatest guarantee. As for you, once he finished expressing his gratitude to Xiaoyan, Fang Qi's expression immediately became stern. His dense gaze instantly locked onto Mao Sun, who was planning to turn around and flee. At this moment, this fellow no longer had any confidence. Even his action of leaving had become sneaky, much like a rat crossing the street. Mao Sun. With a flash, Lan Yi appeared in front of Mao Sun in the blink of an eye. He mercilessly sent a palm strike towards Mao Sun. Terrified, Mao Sun hurriedly circulated his Genesis Qi to block. After the collision, Lan Yi steadied himself with a single step, while Mao Sun only managed to stop himself after taking several steps back. He no longer looked like a late returnance expert. You want to leave? Not so easy. Lan Yi sneered when he saw Mao Sun lose. Just as he was about to pursue, he was stopped by Fang Qi once again. Lan Yi, let him go. Lan Ye's body suddenly froze when he heard that. He turned his head towards Fang Qi in disbelief and reluctantly asked, Patriarch, how can we let him go? Clan head, how can we let him go? If Mr. Xiaoyan had not come today, I'm afraid, let him go. I know that you hate him, but if he doesn't leave my Fang family, I'm afraid that the news of him coming here will immediately spread. At that time, regardless of whether it's true or not, the people above will start to suspect us. It's better to let him go. Go back and tell your master that my Fang family will definitely not betray our own faction, nor will we join the 10,000 Scorpion sect or the Heavenly Puppet sect. Even though Lan Yi was unwilling in order to prove the Fang clan's innocence, he had no choice but to withdraw the Genesis Qi around his body. He glared angrily at the terrified Mao Sun, and the killing intent in his eyes was so strong it could almost materialize. Only after confirming that Lan Yi would not attack did Mao Sun carefully and timidly retreat. Only when he reached the door did he hurriedly turn around and run out of the guest hall as if he was fleeing. Only at this moment did the hall fall silent. The originally heavy atmosphere also calmed down with Mao Sun's departure. Hee, Mr. Xiaoyan, I've embarrassed myself in front of you. Fang Qi walked forward and cupped his hands toward Xiaoyan with a warm smile. Xiaoyan's heart immediately became terrified. He did not dare to be careless as he hurriedly cupped his hands and replied. After which, Fang Qi invited Xiaoyan's group to sit down. After a simple chat, the atmosphere in the hall immediately became much more relaxed. After the few of them made some simple inquiries, Fang Qi finally realized that the few people in front of him were not people from the extreme south. No wonder they did not know about the Fang clan. On the other hand, Lan Yi had been whispering something into Fang Qi's ear ever since everyone had sat down. It was possible that he was telling Fang Qi about the things that they had encountered along the way. Xiao Yan did not think too much about this point. He only followed Fang Qi's words and answered in a casual manner. At times, he would also cleverly use his words to ask a few questions about the Fang clan. At the same time, Mao Sun, who had darted out of the Fang clan's guest hall, was originally fleeing out of the Fang clan's residence. However, halfway through he met Fang Jizong, who was alone. Mao Sun's thoughts changed rapidly. Looking at Fang Jizong in front of him, a venomous look appeared in the depths of his eyes. Then, with a flip of his hand, a dark green pill appeared in his palm. Although it looked similar to an ordinary pill, the aura it emitted made people feel disgusted. So what if you have a heavenly flame? You've ruined my 10,000 scorpion sex plans. I'll take your life as compensation. Oh, you're actually a rank 5 alchemist. Mr. Xiao Yan is indeed young and promising. Not only is your cultivation so tyrannical, but you're also so proficient in alchemy. You've even grasped a heavenly flame that ordinary people can't possess. I have to say, Mr. Xiao Yan is really a dragon among men. In the Fang clan's guest hall, Fang Qi was still asking Xiao Yan some obscure questions. When he mentioned that Xiao Yan was actually an alchemist, the expression in his eyes suddenly changed. Even the other 3 elders of the Fang clan beside him could not help but be shocked. Such a young rank 5 alchemist, even in the entire southern region, there was probably no other one like him. Mr. Xiao Yan is indeed a genius. I have to admit that. However, I still have a question that I'd like to ask Mr. Xiao Yan to answer. Fang Qi smiled slightly. Seeing that Fang Qi also smiled and nodded, he quickly opened his mouth and said, "In that case, may I know what relationship Mr. Xiao Yan has with the Heavenly Puppet sect?" As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. Chapter 1182. As Fang Qi's words left his mouth, Fang Qi's body abruptly jerked in the hall as an extremely terrifying aura descended on the heads of Xiao Yan and the others. Their expressions instantly changed as they hurriedly circulated the Genesis Qi in their bodies to resist. However, the other party was a true Origin King expert and was several times stronger than all of them combined. His aura and pressure was not something that Xiao Yan and the others could withstand. Boom! A series of explosions rang out as the chairs that Xiao Yan and the others were sitting on were instantly blasted apart. Their bodies were half kneeling on the ground as if they were about to be pressed down by the pressure. Cough, cough. Following the pressure above their heads was a series of violent coughs. The qi and blood in Xiao Yan and the others immediately began to churn violently. This was especially true for the little fairy doctor and Mu Ling. Their cultivations were on the lower side to begin with, so when they were pressured by the aura, their faces immediately turned deathly pale. A trace of blood even flowed out from the corner of the little fairy doctor's lips. Little fairy doctor. Xiao Yan's heart was immediately startled when he saw this scene. At the same time, a fury surged from the bottom of his heart. He ceased asking about the reason. A thought passed through his heart and a powerful force immediately agglomerated on the surface of his body, transforming into a layer of golden-colored barrier. With the pressure above his head, his trembling legs gradually became firm. His head, which was pressed down, was also stubbornly raised. Giant elephant art. Rise for me. A low roar was once again emitted from Xiao Yan's heart. His body shook abruptly and an enormous golden-colored illusionary image immediately appeared within the hall. The ground under his body, which had already been crushed, swiftly split into numerous enormous crack lines. His entire body also slowly stood up and bent his waist deeply. Although he was unable to stand upright, this scene caused Fang Qi, Lan Yi, and the others present to reveal shocked expressions. A mere initial Origin Stage expert was actually able to stand up under the pressure of Fang Qi's Origin King Stage aura with brute force. This was truly shocking. Soon after, the enormous hands of the King Kong giant in the hall supported itself on the ground. At a glance, it appeared like a large gorilla. While Fang Qi and the others were shocked, the King Kong giant forcefully withstood the pressure. A low roar that was filled with anger was emitted from its throat. At the same time, a fierce flame covered the surface of its body. An extremely overbearing strength surged out from within Xiao Yan's body at this moment. It actually blocked Fang Qi's force and pressure for an instant, allowing the little fairy doctor and the others behind him to have a chance to catch their breath. Gasp! This guy, he's already in such a state and yet he still has the strength to retort. What shocking explosive force! Even with Fang Qi's mental strength, he involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when he saw this scene. On top of being shocked in his heart, he also felt even more surprised and doubtful about the exact identity of Xiao Yan's group. Kid, I don't care what abilities you have, but it's best if you answer my question honestly right now. What is your relationship with the Celestial Puppet Sect? After all, Xiao Yan was an origin king. Although his presence was indeed shocking, he was only at early returnance in the end. Facing Fang Qi with such strength was like putting on a show. Fang Qi only called out, but the pressure within his voice suppressed Xiao Yan once again. Kid, I admire your talent and courage very much, but if you really are someone from the Celestial Puppet Sect, then no matter how great your talent is, I can only apologize to you. The pressure that was being exerted on the heads of Xiao Yan's group immediately became even stronger when these words were spat out. Soon after, one could hear a bang sound. The golden light that covered the surface of Xiao Yan's body, along with the illusionary image, was shattered in an instant. What? Xiao Yan's heart suddenly shook. His face had turned bright red the moment the golden elephant skill was broken. He widened his mouth and a large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. Soon after, his expression also turned pale in an instant. His forceful body immediately knelt down uncontrollably. With a bang, the shattered ground under his knees was shaken into a pile of powder. Cough cough, Patriarch Fang, what is the meaning of this? The expressions of Luo Jin and the others immediately changed when they saw Xiao Yan become injured. Even though the pressure above them became even more terrifying, it was unable to stop their enmity and anger. What is the meaning of this? It's only the first time Xiao Yan has met Lan Yi and Song, yet they want to purge him of their own accord. How can there be such a good deal in the world? When you left Endless City, you just happened to be followed by people from the Celestial Puppet Sect. In the battle afterwards, not only did Xiao Yan defeat the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley who were no weaker than returnance experts, but he even took out a puppet unique to the Celestial Puppet Sect. Well, isn't all of this enough to explain everything? You've already prepared the entire plan from the moment Lan Yi and Song set foot in Endless City for the sake of infiltrating the Fang family. The puppet is clearly from the southwest border and the Sea Cloud Palace. According to what I know, the Celestial Puppet Sect has already begun to expand their forces in the southwest. The largest one is called the Sea Cloud Palace. The reason why you mentioned it is to use the Sea Cloud Palace to hide your identities. Fang Qi actually displayed an intelligent appearance when he heard Luo Jin's words. Based on his judgment, he had actually connected everything that had happened before and after. It appeared that the things that had happened to Xiao Yan's group at the southwestern border and their arrival at the southernmost region were all for the sake of probing into his Fang clan. However, he had completely forgotten that he and the others had helped his Fang clan to get out of a predicament earlier. Luo Jin and the others became furious when they saw Fang Qi's idiotic guess. They glared at Fang Qi furiously, almost spitting fire from their eyes. If it were not for the fact that their cultivation was lower than Fang Qi's, they probably would not have been able to recognize him and would have punched him long ago. Patriarch Fang, you don't have to believe others, but I'm an elder of the Alchemist Alliance. You should at least believe me. Don't tell me you still don't believe in the Alchemist Alliance. At this moment, even Zhou Tai could not help but yell out while enduring the pressure on his shoulders. Fang Qi was actually so stupid. He actually insisted that they were from the Celestial Puppet Sect based on these unrelated matters. Could it be that after the incident with Mao Sun, this fellow had become so suspicious? Or was it that the Fang family had always been like this? I naturally believe in the Alchemist Alliance. However, according to what I know, you have only joined the Alchemist Alliance in the last 2 years. If you had already joined the Alchemist Alliance before joining the Alliance, then this matter would naturally make sense. Chapter 1183. Within the Fang clan's meeting hall, a terrifying qi pressure violently pressed down on the bodies of Xiao Yan's group. Everyone's faces were pale. Every single one of their bodies could not help but tremble intensely. This was not because of any fear. It was purely because the strength they were facing was too great. In front of everyone, Xiao Yan was undoubtedly in the most miserable state. Over half of the force in his body had been removed, and he could only rely on his Genesis Qi to barely block the pressure above his head. His cheeks were flushed red as a powerful aura descended from above. It was not only suppressing his body, but also attacking his soul. A suffocating pressure spread from every part of his body, and Xiao Yan could only grit his teeth and endure. At the same time, another force seemed to be faintly trembling in the depths of Xiao Yan's body. It was only because all of Xiao Yan's attention was focused on his body that he did not notice. After Fang Qi retorted with a cold expression, he looked as if he had won a great victory and was about to capture the group in front of him. Indeed, after the incident with Mao Sun, Fang Qi had doubts about many things in his heart. He was very clear that there was definitely someone in his family who was related to Mao Sun. As for who that person was, it was still unclear for the time being. However, just based on this point, it caused him to form a suspicion toward all those whose identities were unknown. This was especially so when Lan Yi also raised his suspicion toward Xiao Yan's group. The thought in his heart flourished even more. Patriarch, don't you think it's a little too subjective to believe that they are from the Heavenly Puppet sect based on this? Finally, at this moment, the 3 elders of the Fang clan also realized that something was not quite right. Fang Qi's words were a little too absolute. After all, no matter how one put it, Xiao Yan had helped the Fang clan resolve a crisis today. Yet, he actually turned around and doubted the identity of Xiao Yan's group. This was really a little unreasonable. Patriarch, at this moment, Lan Yi finally sensed that something was not right. His heart immediately felt some regret. He should not have suspected the background of Xiao Yan's group for no reason. However, it was too late to talk about all this now. At this moment, how could Fang Qi allow anyone to say anything? What? The 3 of you are starting to doubt me. I usually give you some face because you have contributed to the clan. Today, Mao Sun came to the Fang clan, and the 3 of you were so submissive that you didn't have the slightest bearing of clan elders. You were even forced into silence by Mao Sun, and now you dare to teach me a lesson? Don't tell me you are also from the Heavenly Puppet sect or the 10,000 Scorpion sect. When Fang Qi said this, the 3 elders were immediately shocked. Indeed, the current Fang Qi had indeed become very strange. Not only did he speak without restraint, his heart seemed to have become even darker. Something's wrong. Patriarch, you should calm down first. Upon sensing this, the expressions of the 3 elders immediately changed as they hurriedly called out to stop Fang Qi. However, the latter's heart had become increasingly aggressive at this moment. How could he possibly allow them to say anything else? The instant he turned his head, the few of them saw that his eyes had unknowingly been covered by a scarlet red hue. As he roared, he suddenly waved his sleeve as a torrent of Genesis Qi surged out, charging straight at the 3 elders. This guy! The hearts of the 3 old men were immediately greatly alarmed. They hurriedly intervened and blocked Fang Qi's attack together. However, the remnant ripple after the Genesis Qi was broken easily knocked down Xiao Yan's group. The pressure they felt also scattered at this moment. Fortunately, this energy remnant ripple did not cause them to suffer any injuries. This was something worth rejoicing over. However, the instant Xiao Yan's body fell backwards, he seemed to faintly hear something shattering in his body. Immediately after, just as Fang Qi was about to attack the 3 elders again, the door to the discussion hall was once again smashed open by brute force. Cries of alarm rang out. Patriarch! Not good, the poison in young master's body is acting up again. Loud cries echoed in the hall like the ringing of a bell, the buzzing sound causing Fang Qi's head to rumble. Now that something had happened to Fang Jizong, Fang Qi's mind was in turmoil, and his actions finally came to a stop. Let him die. However, before the others could relax, Fang Qi's cry sounded out like a sudden clap of thunder and also like the roar of a wild beast. Without caring about anyone else, his body suddenly flashed and appeared in front of the 3 elders from his own clan in the blink of an eye. He then violently slammed the chest of the person closest to him. In the face of such a sudden attack, coupled with the gap between their cultivation levels, the elder was unable to dodge even with his movement techniques. He could only helplessly watch as Fang Qi's hand rapidly grew larger in his eyes. Once this palm landed, even if he did not die, it would definitely leave behind an injury that would be difficult to cure. Bzz. However, while the other 2 elders were emitting worried exclamations from their mouths, there was suddenly an unknown energy swiftly gathering within Xianxia's body. In the blink of an eye, it formed an enormous energy whirlpool around Xianxia's body. A wild and ferocious suction force instantly surged. The Genesis Qi in the area where the Fang clan was located suddenly began to riot at this moment. In the next instant, just as Fang Qi's hand was about to land on the chest of the elder in front of him, an invisible energy storm abruptly charged out from the center of the vortex and slammed into Fang Qi's body. Bang! One could only hear a muffled bang sound and Fang Qi's body immediately flew out. Immediately, he was heavily smashed into the wall behind the head seat. His entire chest instantly caved in and his body was embedded into the wall. He opened his mouth and a mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. While his mind was in a state of giddiness, his scarlet eyes gradually regained their clarity. In the hall, the 3 elders stared in disbelief at Fang Qi, who had been sent flying by the force. Besides the joy of surviving a calamity, there was also endless shock in their turbid eyes. Only after the 3 of them confirmed that Fang Qi would not attack again did they turn their gazes towards the source of the aura. When their gazes landed on Xianxia's body, the shock in their hearts grew even greater. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that the person who had sent Fang Qi flying with a single aura would be Xiaoyan. Fang Qi, the strongest member of the Fang clan, a 4-star source king, had been sent flying by Xiaoyan, a young member of the younger generation. This was simply unbelievable. Chapter 1184. The Fang clan's residence. The originally gorgeous reception hall was now in ruins. The walls on all sides collapsed, and the dome was blown away by a tyrannical force. The originally spacious hall was now only left with a small space in the middle that could stand. Fang Qi's body was still embedded in the wall. It was likely that the remaining broken wall around his body would collapse with a loud bang if he quietly moved. The 3 elders of the Fang clan, Luo Jin, and the others took the lead to withdraw from the area of the ruins. Only Xiaoyan remained seated within it. The powerful energy formed a huge energy tornado with Xiaoyan's body at the center. Xiaoyan's eyes were tightly shut as he sat cross-legged, allowing the energy to enter his body. The moment the invisible energy swept out, Xiaoyan was certain that Xiaoxian had awakened in his body. After such a long time, Xiaoxian had finally recovered from the great exhaustion he had suffered in the North Sea. Moreover, he was clearly much more powerful than before. It was imaginable that his spiritual strength should have recovered long ago. He had only been absorbing and refining the medicinal ingredients he had obtained from the Sea clan. After absorbing the spirit power in those medicinal herbs, Xiaoxian's spirit power had reached an unimaginable level. At least with Xiaoyan's current spirit power, he couldn't detect the depth of Xiaoxian's spirit power. He couldn't even detect the latter's current condition. Ever since the energy swept out, Xiaoyan's body no longer moved. Only the Genesis Qi between heaven and earth continued to gather, and after entering Xiaoyan's body, it inexplicably disappeared. Xiaoyan knew that Xiaoxian was absorbing the Genesis Qi, but he was a little surprised that Xiaoxian didn't react in the slightest. Xiaoyan, is he okay? Outside the arena, Zhou Tai and the others were also looking at Xiaoyan with worried faces. The strange thing that had suddenly happened to Xiaoyan's body had really given them a fright. On the other hand, the little fairy doctor's pretty face did not have a surprised expression at this moment. Although her heart was also shocked by the sudden scene just now, When she came back to her senses, the worry in her heart quickly calmed down. Based on her understanding of Xiao Yan, he would never do anything that he wasn't confident in. Since that energy was being released from his body, it meant that this energy was under Xiao Yan's control. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to worry. As the Genesis Chi between heaven and earth continued to gather, the movements around Xiao Yan grew more and more intense. Even the space around him and the ground began to tremble. The tremendous energy pressure caused space to distort, and even the air seemed to become particularly viscous. During this entire process, everyone present stared intently at Xiao Yan. Some of the members of the Fang clan, who had arrived late, also widened their eyes at this moment. Their faces were filled with shock. When would they have thought that the Fang clan's meeting hall would be destroyed by someone? And now, this person was sitting there with his legs crossed and cultivating with a fearless look. He was simply looking down on the Fang clan. Immediately, there were a few disciples of the Fang family who were eager to show off, but before they could do anything, they were stopped by the three elders. Not a single person from the Fang family was allowed to step into the meeting hall. Seeing that the three elders from their own clan actually surrounded and protected this young man in the battleground, the other members of the Fang clan immediately did not dare to say anything more. However, their gazes that repeatedly looked at Xiao Yan were filled with an increasing amount of shock. In the sky, the three elders of the Fang family stared fixedly at Xiao Yan, their hearts filled with shock. Given their eyesight, they could naturally tell that the power surrounding Xiao Yan didn't really belong to Xiao Yan. He was only acting as a cover for the Genesis Chi, and all the power had returned to the depths of Xiao Yan's body. As for what it was, they had no way of knowing. However, there was one thing they were certain of. The true owner of the power was definitely much stronger than the three of them combined. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to push back Fang Qi, who was in that strange state, with a single blow. When Fang Qi was mentioned, the latter's body was still embedded in the broken wall at this moment. Although the scarlet color from earlier could no longer be seen in his eyes, his entire person appeared to be in a daze. It appeared that he had yet to wake up from Xiao Yan's explosive attack earlier. Bang! Perhaps it was really such a coincidence, or perhaps Fang Qi felt the gazes from the outside. His originally drooping eyes slowly opened with some pain. He moved his body slightly, and the broken wall on his body instantly collapsed. His entire body was also released from the wall. After coming back to his senses, his pair of eyes that had recovered their clarity couldn't help but look around in a daze. The expression on his face was first startled, then he couldn't help but widen his eyes as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. What is going on? After the shock on his face passed, Fang Qi felt a sharp pain in his head. Immediately after, the scene from before once again surfaced in his mind. How could this be? Fang Qi's face immediately turned deathly pale as he recalled the scene from before. At the same time, he was glad that his palm had not landed on the elder's body. Otherwise, he would have regretted it to death. As for why his palm did not land, there was no description in his memory. As for the energy storm around Xiao Yan, it had gradually subsided before Fang Qi opened his eyes. Ancestor, have you awakened? Ancestor? Ancestor? The energy dissipated, and Xiao Yan calmly sat where he was without moving. He kept calling out for Xiao Xian in his heart, but no matter how many times he tried, there was no response. Even if Xiao Yan used his soul power to carefully search his body, he was still unable to detect the slightest trace of Xiao Xian's aura. From the looks of it, the latter did not seem to have completely awakened. The energy from before was perhaps just an abnormality before he awakened. Sigh. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan immediately sighed helplessly in his heart. Then he slowly raised his eyes. However, just as he opened his eyes, he saw the pale-faced Fang Qi not far away. His eyes immediately narrowed, and he hurriedly got up, but at the same time, he attracted the latter's gaze. Mr. Xiao Yan. Fang Qi also understood that Xiao Yan was extremely wary of him at this moment, so he immediately wanted to go forward and explain what had happened. However, just as he was about to move, the three elders suddenly leaped forward and blocked Fang Qi and Xiao Yan. Master, if you attack again, don't blame us for being impolite. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 1185. In the Fong family mansion, all the Fong family disciples widened their eyes as they stared at the scene before them in astonishment. They could not believe their own eyes. Why did their own elders turn around and stand in front of their family head? If it weren't for the clear words of the three elders, these people would have suspected that there was something wrong with their eyes. Grand Elder, I did not know what had happened before. I can only apologize for what happened earlier. After this, I will do my best to make it up to the three of you, but Mr. Xiao Yan. Fang Qi felt extremely helpless in his heart when he saw the three elders from his clan blocking in front of him. Immediately, he cupped his hands and bowed to the few of them with a sincere attitude, hoping that he would be able to obtain their forgiveness. At the end of his words, Fang Qi's gaze also landed on Xiao Yan. His gaze was so sincere that no one would be able to form any doubts. Speaking of which, Xiao Yan was clearly being treated in such a manner by an expert at the Advanced Yuan King class. If it was an ordinary person, it was likely that he would have nodded his head and forgiven him. However, Xiao Yan did not. Even though he could tell that Fang Qi's words were sincere, his actions earlier had already touched Xiao Yan's reverse scale. How could this be easily resolved with 2 or 3 sentences? Fang Qi, although you are the patriarch, you have gone too far today. No matter what the reason is, you have already affected the operations of the entire Fang family. As a result, the three of us have decided to temporarily keep your position as the patriarch of the Fang family. As for Mr. Xiao Yan, from now on, he will be a guest elder of the Fang family. If there is nothing urgent, I think it's best if you do not approach him so casually. Even though the three elders already knew that Fang Qi had recovered his consciousness, the damage he had done earlier could not be easily made up for. For example, the ruins before them. The guest hall had been completely destroyed. If they wanted to start over, they would have to build a new one. However, before that, they needed to stabilize their foundations and make the ground even more stable. At this moment, this was exactly what the three elders wanted to do. Temporarily keeping Fang Qi as the head of the clan was to vent his anger for the oppression that Xiao Yan had suffered earlier. As for the consecrated elder, it was also to compensate Xiao Yan to the greatest extent. This action was far better than the original request that Fang Qi had made. Of course, the reason for this was definitely because of the strength that was emitted from Xiao Yan's body earlier. If he didn't have a certain level of strength as an incentive, how could these guys treat him with such an attitude? Thinking of this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but mock himself. In the end, he was still basking in Xiao Xian's glory. Otherwise, with his own cultivation, how could he attract the attention of these people in front of him? At most, they would be a little more polite to him because of Fang Jizong. Once Fang Jizong's condition improved, the outcome would naturally not be difficult to imagine. However, it was different now. With the aura that Xiao Yan exuded earlier, these guys would naturally treat him with respect. Regardless of whether the power belonged to Xiao Yan or not, as long as he could use it, it was enough for these people to be polite to him. Under the premise of possessing great power, no one would care about the source of that power. Mr. Xiao Yan, what happened earlier was indeed my fault. I apologize to you. However, the poison in Tsong Er's body has acted up again, and it can no longer be delayed. Mr. Xiao Yan, please treat my son's injuries. Fang Qi was not a fool. He immediately understood the meaning behind the words of the three elders in front of him. Although he did not understand the exact reason behind it, the poison in Fang Jizong's body had once again flared up. If this were to continue, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he could only brace himself and open his mouth to beg Xiao Yan. Hearing that, Xiao Yan's expression didn't change much. He looked at the three elders in front of him and realized that they were also looking at him from the corner of their eyes. Although they didn't say it explicitly, it was obvious that they were waiting for his response. These three old fellows obviously hoped that he would agree. After all, they were helping their own people. They couldn't really hurt their own people for a person whose thoughts they couldn't be sure of. That kind of deal where they suffered a double loss was something they absolutely couldn't do. Xiao Yan was just about to open his mouth when a warm hand was suddenly placed on his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw that it was Luo Jin. The little fairy doctor and the rest followed closely behind. Although their complexions had already recovered, one could still see some paleness on the little fairy doctor's face. The gap between a Dou Di and King Yuan was too great. If Fang Qi really wanted to kill back then, it was likely that the first to die would be the little fairy doctor and Mu Ling. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart, which had calmed down because of Xiao Xian, fluctuated once again. He exchanged glances with Luo Jin by the side. Immediately, Xiao Yan looked at Fang Qi, raised his eyelids, and said in a calm tone, "I can agree to help young Master Fang expel the poison." Once these words were said, the three elders and Fang Qi relaxed slightly. Soon after, Xiao Yan continued to speak. "However, Fang clan leader, you must bow and apologize to her." As he spoke, Xiao Yan raised his hand and pointed at the little fairy doctor by the side. At this moment, the latter finally reacted. Immediately, the expression on her face was startled. Soon after, she opened her mouth but remained silent. "What? This woman is only a 3-star Dou Di. How can this be? How can the Fang clan leader apologize to a 3-star Dou Di? Absolutely not." As soon as these words left his mouth, the surrounding disciples of the Fang family immediately burst into an uproar. How could the dignified patriarch of the Fang family apologize to a person of unknown origin? Not to mention that this person's cultivation was far inferior to Fang Qi's. Xiao Yan's actions could be said to be slapping the Fang clan's own face. "Mr. Xiao Yan, isn't this too? If Fang clan leader is unwilling, you can go and look for Mao Sun. I believe that even if you look for him now, he would be very willing to cooperate with you." Without waiting for the elder in front of him to finish speaking, Xiao Yan once again opened his mouth. The elder's words were instantly stuck in his mouth. Even though they knew that Xiao Yan was taking revenge for the previous matter, asking Fang Qi to bow and apologize to the little fairy doctor in front of everyone in the Fang clan was still a little too much. However, if he was unwilling to apologize, Fang Jitsong's life would definitely be threatened. Xiao Yan's actions were forcing him to apologize. After all, he was a father. Fang Qi struggled for a long time before finally letting out a bitter sigh. He took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the little fairy doctor. Under the disbelieving gazes of the Fang clan members, he bowed respectfully to the little fairy doctor. At the same time, he apologized word by word. Being treated in such a manner, the little fairy doctor almost could not recover her senses. She hurriedly looked at Xiao Yan beside her. Seeing the latter nod his head, she quickly followed suit and nodded gently, accepting Fang Qi's apology. Only at this moment did Fang Qi's face tensed up. He tried his best to calm the emotions in his heart. After which, he looked at Xiao Yan and said in a somewhat suppressed tone, "Mr. Xiao Yan, is it all right now?" Hearing this, the latter nodded his head. He did not care about the expressions on the faces of the three elders. He pulled the little fairy doctor beside him and turned around to walk towards the courtyard. Chapter 1186. In the courtyard outside of the guest hall, which had already turned into ruins, Xiao Yan led the little fairy doctor and slowly walked to the side of the unconscious Fang Jitsong who was lying flat on the ground in the courtyard. The two of them revealed a surprised expression the moment they saw Fang Jitsong. Xiao Yan hurriedly squatted down and grabbed Fang Jitsong's wrist without any hesitation. A thought passed through his mind and an enormous spiritual strength immediately entered Fang Jitsong's body. It swiftly helped him check the condition of his body. On the side, the fairy doctor also squatted down. Just as her hand was about to reach for Fang Jitsong's other wrist, she was stopped by Xiao Yan. "Be careful, the poison in his body has completely erupted. Even my soul power can't withstand it. If you act so carelessly, you will definitely be injured by the poison." The fairy doctor was startled when Xiao Yan stopped her. After hearing Xiao Yan's words, she withdrew her slender hand with lingering fear. Even though she possessed the woeful poison body, since even Xiao Yan had intervened to stop her, it was sufficient to indicate just how fierce the poison within Fang Jitsong's body was. Once the little fairy doctor carelessly transferred her spiritual strength into Fang Jitsong's body, it was likely that even the little fairy doctor would suffer serious injuries under the fierce energy attack of the poison. This was not something that Xiao Yan wished to see. But the poison in his body, After hesitating for a moment, the fairy doctor frowned. Just as the words left her mouth, she was stopped by Xiao Yan's stern gaze. "Leave everything to me. You don't have to do anything. Don't think too much. Just take care of yourself." Although his voice was not loud, it seemed to contain some kind of irresistible majesty. The fairy doctor immediately pouted cutely and timidly retreated. When Xiao Yan saw the cute look on the fairy doctor's face, although there was no change in his expression, his old face could not help but heat up when he turned his head. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air and calmed himself down. After which, he turned his gaze around and tossed aside the distracting thoughts in his heart. At the same time that his gaze landed on Fang Jizong, his thoughts also turned back. After a brief but swift investigation, Xiao Yan was surprised to discover that the poison within Fang Jizong's body, which had been suppressed by quite a lot, had actually swelled wildly for no reason. The poison in Fang Jizong's 4 limbs, which had been expelled by Xiao Yan's heavenly flame, was once again invaded by the poison at this moment. Moreover, from the looks of it, the explosive strength and spreading speed of this poison seemed to have become even more terrifying. In just a moment, the degree of the poison's dispersion had even exceeded the scene when Xiao Yan examined Fang Jizong a few days ago. Such a strange spreading speed, even Xiao Yan was surprised and suspicious. How could this be? How did the poison become so fierce all of a sudden? Xiao Yan quietly said in his heart. When Xiao Yan pulled up Fang Jizong's sleeves, he saw that the latter's originally white arm had actually gradually turned black and green. There were even some small black lines that could be seen on some parts of his arm. Those were the proof that the poison had spread to his skin. Oh no, this poison is spreading so fast. Sensing that something was not right, Xiao Yan hurriedly withdrew his hand. He placed 2 of his fingers together and shook them gently. A pale green-colored flame seedling immediately surfaced. Without having the time to explain, Xiao Yan swiftly pressed his finger on the joint of Fang Jizong's wrist in front of the various gazes of the surrounding people. Following this, it was his elbow, arm, and even the chi paths and important acupuncture points all over his body. When Xiao Yan finally withdrew his palm and examined Fang Jizong again, the speed of the poison spreading in Fang Jizong's body slowed down a little. But even so, if Fang Jizong was not treated, he believed that in less than a night, Fang Jizong would still lose his life because of this. What's going on? It has only been half a month since I suppressed the poison in Jizong's body. How could it break out again, and the speed of its spread is? Being Fang Jizong's father, Fang Qi hurriedly stepped forward to check the condition of Fang Jizong's body when Xiao Yan acted to control the spread of the poison in Fang Jizong's body. Soon after, however, even his face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Originally, he would help Fang Jizong suppress the poison in his body once every month in order to control the spread of the poison. However, only over 10 days had passed since the last time he acted, and the poison in Fang Jizong's body had actually completely erupted. This was a result that he had never expected. Immediately, Fang Qi hurriedly mobilized the Genesis Qi in the cyclone in his body. Vigorous power quickly gathered in his palm, and he was about to suppress the poison in his son's body again. After all, no matter what means Xiao Yan had, Fang Jizong was his son, and he had to ensure that nothing would happen to Fang Jizong because of the poison. At least before Xiao Yan really removed the poison, he would not allow the poison to spread again. If you don't want anything to happen to him, you'd better not do this. However, just as Fang Qi was about to act, Xiao Yan suddenly lifted his eyes and said with a solemn expression. Hearing this, Fang Qi's brows immediately scrunched together. But the poison in Jizong's body has completely broken out. If we don't suppress it now, once the poison gets out of control again, it will be even more. If you really do that, then even I will not be able to save him. Before the words from Fang Qi's mouth sounded, Xiao Yan interrupted him with a sentence. Fang Qi's heart tightened, and the tremendous amount of Genesis Qi gathered in his palm quietly dissipated after a moment of struggle and hesitation. He did not dare to not save his son, but he also did not want to gamble with Fang Jizong's life. Although he was extremely unwilling, he also understood that this endless method of suppression had continued for too long. Even if this continued, there would come a day when he would not be able to save his son. During the process of suppressing the poison, Fang Qi could clearly feel that the poison's power had grown stronger, and it was not a solution to continue suppressing it for a long time. Perhaps Xiao Yan's intervention had pointed out a way for Fang Jizong to survive. After stopping Fang Qi's actions, Xiao Yan let out a long sigh as he muttered inwardly, "This is troublesome." Before this, even he did not expect the poison's power to be suppressed. If not, the process of expelling the poison would not have been so easy. From the current situation, the poison's power was clearly much more powerful than he had expected. Although it was somewhat strenuous, it was still within Xiao Yan's tolerance range compared to the woeful poison body. However, there was one thing that Xiao Yan could not understand. Why did the poison in Fang Jizong's body suddenly act up? Chapter 1187. After temporarily suppressing the spread of the poison in Fang Jizong's body, Xiao Yan had to prepare to officially remove the poison from Fang Jizong's body. With the help of the heavenly fire and some special methods, he temporarily suppressed a portion of the vital channels in Fang Jizong's body to slow down the spread of the poison. Although the effect was obvious, no matter how slow it was, the poison was still spreading. If it couldn't be completely removed, the poison would come back again as long as it was left behind. The reason why Xiao Yan stopped Fang Qi's actions just now was because he discovered a major characteristic of the poison. These poisons appeared to possess an extremely strong adaptability. Not only were they able to swiftly adapt to the condition of the host's body, but they were also able to absorb the host's own cultivation. They were even unceremonious to an external strength. Even the monster-like poison that Xiao Yan had injected into Fang Jizong's body earlier had developed an interest in his spiritual strength. This thing appeared to possess an extremely stubborn desire to swallow all kinds of energy. It was not something that could be naturally produced. From this, Xiao Yan was even more certain of the guess in his heart. This poison was likely created by a certain vicious person. This person was likely not an ordinary strong person to be able to create a poison of this grade. At the very least, the person who could create such a poison had an extraordinary understanding of poison. After that, in order to allow Xiao Yan to focus on removing the poison from Fang Jizong, Fang Qi specially arranged an independent courtyard for Xiao Yan. Even the people who could enter the house were strictly restricted. Other than Xiao Yan and Fang Qi, Luo Jin and the rest were insisted to stay outside. Even the 3 elders of the Fang family were not allowed to enter the house. Although the 3 old fellows had previously said that they had stripped Fang Qi of his position as the clan head, that was after all just putting on a show for Xiao Yan to see. Since there was no need to do so at this moment, the 3 old fellows were naturally much more respectful and cautious of Fang Qi as the few of them spoke. However, perhaps it was because Fang Qi had once attacked them earlier, but it resulted in them carrying a kind of strange awkwardness regardless of whether they spoke or did things. As for Luo Jin and the rest, although they were worried about Xiao Yan being alone inside, they could only stop at the door under Fang Qi's insistence. Of course, this was after Xiao Yan agreed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been stopped so easily. Inside the house, Xiao Yan checked Fang Jizong's body again. After making sure that he didn't miss out any details, he controlled the strange fire. Just like the previous time, he used the strange fire to envelop Fang Jizong's entire body. The process of removing the poison officially began. Although the method used to remove the poison was similar for both times, the poison that Xiao Yan was facing this time around was even more powerful and overbearing. Hence, it caused the entire process to become much slower. In order to completely remove the poison within Fang Jizong's body, Xiao Yan had caused his own spiritual strength to be affected during the process of controlling the heavenly flame to fight the poison. A small amount of damage was nothing. However, what he didn't know was that every time his spiritual energy was slightly damaged, the poison would take the opportunity to surge up. Even if the strange fire blocked almost all of it, there would still be an extremely small amount of poison that was difficult to detect that would invade Xiao Yan's spiritual energy. Under the protection of his spiritual energy and the strange fire, the poison would safely enter his body. The entire process of Xiao Yan removing the poison from Fang Jizong's body lasted for a total of 3 days. After 3 days, The poison in Fang Jizong's body was finally completely removed under the refining of Xiao Yan's strange fire. Fang Jizong's body, which looked like a dying person 3 days ago, had finally returned to normal. Following the disappearance of the poison, Fang Jizong's fat body had unknowingly become much smaller. His entire person looked even more handsome. It was a pity that he was still in a deep sleep on the bed. As for Fang Qi, in order not to disturb Xiao Yan, and also for his son's sake, he had already left the room a day ago. He was quietly waiting for Xiao Yan's good news. After a day of waiting, he personally sensed that the poison in Fang Jizong's body was decreasing. First, it was the skin, then the meridians and bones, followed by the internal organs. Everything proved that Fang Jizong was about to return to normal. As a father, how could he not be excited? But it was also because of this that he had left the room early to ensure that nothing went wrong during the entire process. Today, the poison in Fang Jizong's body was finally completely removed. However, along with Fang Jizong's relief, Xiao Yan's body was in trouble again. The Genesis Qi in Xiao Yan's body had been greatly depleted over the past 3 days. At this moment, there was less than 20% of Genesis Qi left in his cyclone. In order to prevent the poison from returning, Xiao Yan had gone all out this time. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead like raindrops. Her originally rosy lips were now ghastly white. Her face also carried a trace of exhaustion. Her eyelids were currently so heavy that they were like rolling stones that were about to close. 3 days of refining and expelling the poison was not considered a long time. Although he had exhausted a large amount of Genesis Qi, logically speaking, he should not have ended up in such a state. However, Xiao Yan's originally clear mind had become a little absent-minded at this moment. What's going on? Xiao Yan could not help but cry out in bewilderment when he sensed that something was wrong. He hurriedly pulled himself together and began to circulate the little remaining Genesis Qi in his body. However, in the next instant, Xiao Yan was shocked to discover that a cluster of black poison the size of a fist had unknowingly appeared within his Qi vortex. It occupied all the important Qi paths, completely sealing off all the routes that Xiao Yan could use his Genesis Qi to move. However, before Xiao Yan could do anything else, a pair of heavy eyelids slowly fell and his body collapsed onto the floor of the room. Meanwhile, Luo Jin and the rest were still patiently waiting outside the door. Luo Jin and Bai Hua would occasionally glance at the icy gazes of the Fang clan members that had shot in from outside the courtyard, before casually glancing at them and ignoring them. Ever since Xiao Yan had requested for Fang Qi to apologize to the little fairy doctor, these people from the Fang clan had used this kind of hostile gaze to look at them. If it were not for Fang Qi's orders, it was likely that these people would have been unable to resist barging in. At this moment, the little fairy doctor was standing in front of the door with her brows slightly furrowed. Ever since Xiao Yan had forbidden her from touching Fang Jizong's wrist, she had a vague premonition in her heart that something bad was about to happen. As time passed, this premonition grew stronger and stronger until today. Bang! Although the movement within the room was not loud and even Luo Jin and the others did not hear it clearly, it still landed in the ears of the little fairy doctor, who had been staring at the door. Immediately, the expression on the latter's pretty face abruptly changed. Without thinking much, her lovely body pounced forward and pushed the door open. Her pair of pretty eyes immediately looked into the room. Soon after, she saw the unconscious Xiao Yan lying on the ground. Chapter 1188. Xiao Yan. When she saw Xiao Yan lying on the ground, the expression on the fairy doctor's face changed drastically. She cried out in alarm, alerting the other people in the courtyard. At the same time, she hurriedly rushed to Xiao Yan's side and helped the latter up. A pair of beautiful eyes filled with worry quickly swept across Xiao Yan's body. When she saw his ashen face, the fairy doctor's heart immediately jumped. With her understanding of poisons, she could naturally tell that Xiao Yan had clearly been poisoned by some kind of extremely dangerous poison. What's wrong? Did something happen to Xiao Yan? Soon after, Luo Jin and the rest, who had run in one after another, arrived at Xiao Yan's side. The group of people surrounded Xiao Yan and the fairy doctor. Luo Jin and Bai Hua quickly squatted down and held Xiao Yan's wrist with one hand. After a round of examination, the two people's faces changed. He's actually poisoned. How can this be? It's clearly to remove the poison. How can this poison harm him instead? Moreover, Xiao Yan has the heavenly flame protecting his body. How can this poison? There's no other way. The person who created this poison has a much higher cultivation than Xiao Yan. Although Xiao Yan has the heavenly flame protecting his body and can remove most of the poison in his body has clearly been specially refined by its original owner. It contains a portion of the original owner's strength. Unless Xiao Yan's strength is even stronger, he won't be able to use the heavenly flame to completely refine this poison. Otherwise, we can only find the original antidote for this poison. Just when Luo Jin and the rest were shocked that Xiao Yan had actually been poisoned, the fairy doctor immediately gave her opinion. At the end of her words, the fairy doctor seemed to want to say something more. However, when the words reached her mouth, she swallowed them back down. When the few people heard the fairy doctor's words, their faces could not help but slightly change. This poison was a little too sinister. Xiao Yan had saved others, but in the end he had harmed himself. As long as it was not neutralized with the antidote, this poison would take one's life no matter what. Mr. Xiao Yan, how is it? Is the poison in Tsong's body cured? Soon, Fang Qi's almost uncontrollable voice sounded from outside the door. Everyone present could imagine the excitement on Fang Qi's face just from that voice alone. Since his son was saved, Fang Qi could not help but feel relieved. It was normal for him to have a smile on his face. However, as soon as he stepped into the room, he saw Luo Jin and the others in a circle. His expression froze, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. Tsong. Although Fang Qi saw Xiao Yan, who was currently being placed in the fairy doctor's embrace, he merely glanced at him hurriedly. After which, he hurriedly came to his son's side and softly called out. After which, he grabbed Fang Jitsong's wrist with one hand and began to check with a worried expression. Don't worry, he is fine now, the little fairy doctor's indifferent voice came from behind. Fang Qi tilted his head slightly and glanced at the little fairy doctor from the corner of his eyes. He was surprised by the former's courage. Although he had to apologize to the little fairy doctor to protect Fang Jitsong that day, it did not mean that the little fairy doctor could be arrogant in front of him from now on. He believed that the little girl who spoke at this time understood this point. However, even so, she could still say such words in such a tone, which inevitably made Fang Qi a little surprised. Fortunately, what the little fairy doctor said was not a lie. After a round of examination, the poison in Fang Jitsong's body had been completely removed. Although he was still in a coma, it was only because the latter's body had been under the influence of the poison for a long time and was still resting. It was believed that Fang Jitsong would wake up soon. However, Fang Jitong was fine now, but Xiao Yan, what happened to Mr. Xiao Yan here? After confirming that his son was fine, Fang Qi's gaze fell on Xiao Yan, who was lying in the little fairy doctor's arms, and asked in a surprised tone. To be honest, he did not know what had happened to Xiao Yan at this moment. He had only rushed over after noticing the movement here. He had been thinking about his son in his heart and did not have the mood to care about Xiao Yan. Moreover, Xiao Yan had the protection of the heavenly flame. He did not think that anything would happen to Xiao Yan after saving his son. He was poisoned. Bai Hua gently put down Xiao Yan's cold hand, turned her head, and looked coldly at Fang Qi as she slowly said, "Poisoned? Didn't he have the heavenly flame protection? How did he get poisoned? I also want to know what's going on with this poison, why it was transferred to his body, and who created this poison. Lan Yi said that your son was poisoned in the forest, but magical beasts definitely don't have this kind of strange poison. The one that poisoned your son is definitely not an ordinary magical beast. What's going on?" Bai Hua said in a cold voice as she stood up and walked towards Fang Qi in a domineering manner. There was not the slightest trace of respect in her eyes. This guy. Fang Qi did not display the dignity of an expert when he saw Bai Hua approach. Instead, he was surprised. Just who were these people in front of him? Why were they acting so domineering today? They were just a group of Origin Transformation juniors, yet they dared to face him, an expert at the Origin King realm, in such a manner? Were they not afraid of death or something? You're just a late origin transformation expert. You actually dare to question me? The muscles on Fang Qi's face twitched as he felt that his high status as an Origin King expert had been challenged. He immediately let out a low shout as he stood up. The moment he stepped forward, a sharp and domineering aura instantly swept out and easily forced Bai Hua back. Brat, remember your own status when you talk back to someone else next time. Fang Qi's sharp gaze was fixed on Bai Hua. His expression was dignified. Status? In the end, you're just a Origin King. Just how high of a status do you think you have? However, at this moment, Luo Jin actually took a step forward from behind Bai Hua. He supported Bai Hua, who had been forced back by Fang Qi's presence. At the same time, his indifferent gaze landed on Fang Qi's body. Upon hearing Luo Jin's words, Fang Qi's old face twitched again. The two of them in front of him were basically nameless juniors. How could their words be so overbearing and arrogant? Could it be that they really had the backing of some super force? Fang Qi involuntarily became suspicious when he thought until this point. Indeed, for a group like this, regardless of whether it was Xiao Yan or Zhou Tai who was leading it, both of them were existences with extremely special identities. One of them controlled the most overbearing strength in the world, while the other was a subordinate of the #1 superfaction in the continent. He had reason to believe that the other people around Xiao Yan were definitely not ordinary people. However, even with that being the case, Fang Qi was still unwilling to accept this. He was a mighty Origin King after all, yet he was treated like this by two Origin transformation brats. If news of this spread, he would become the laughingstock of others. The prestige he had established in the Fang family would collapse as well. However, just when Fang Qi was about to speak again, enough. All of you get out. Chapter 1189. Being reprimanded by the fairy doctor in front of everyone once again, logically speaking, Fang Qi should have retorted and pressured her. However, when he saw the fairy doctor's eyes that seemed to want to devour someone, even with his mental state, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say anything and walked out first. Just as Fang Qi was about to step out of the room, he was stopped by the fairy doctor once again. The suppressed anger in his heart had just gathered when he saw the fairy doctor pointing at Fang Jitsong, who was lying flat on the boat. Fang Qi clenched his teeth and turned back. He carried Fang Jitsong from the bed and then turned to walk out of the door. Little girl, listen carefully. The reason why I did not reprimand you is because Xiao Yan saved my son. I can also understand your feelings now. However, if there is a next time, then don't blame me. Let's go. The fairy doctor's back was facing Fang Qi. Just one word caused Fang Qi's face to instantly become gloomy. He stared at the fairy doctor with some mild anger. In the end, Fang Qi did not say anything. He took a deep breath and stepped out of the door. After that, Luo Jin and Bai Hua bent over and lifted the unconscious Xiao Yan and placed him on the bed. Only then did they walk out of the room with Zhou Tai and the rest and once again returned to the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, only the unconscious Xiao Yan and the fairy doctor were left in the room. The fairy doctor's gentle and beautiful eyes were filled with a strong sense of heartache. Looking at Xiao Yan, whose eyes were tightly shut and whose face had already become pale, the fairy doctor's heart could not bear to see him like this. She gently lifted her sleeves and wiped away the beads of sweat on Xiao Yan's forehead. After that, she stretched out her hands and tightly grasped Xiao Yan's wide and fair hands. Compared to Xiao Yan's two soft hands, it was like comparing an adult and a child. Her beautiful eyes carefully sized up the familiar face that was close at hand. The fairy doctor's heart could not help but recall the words that Xiao Yan had said to her not long ago. "You are my responsibility." The little fairy doctor could not help but mutter softly. It was unknown if Xiao Yan had sensed something or if it was due to the spreading of the poison in his body, but the muscles between his brows trembled slightly. The little fairy doctor immediately recovered. She knew that now was not the time to reminisce about the past. Only then did she swiftly spread out her spiritual strength and poured it into Xiao Yan's body. She quickly investigated the situation within Xiao Yan's body. In a short period of time, The poison in Xiao Yan's body had already occupied the center of the cyclone. Xiao Yan was unable to mobilize the Genesis Qi in his body, and the heavenly flame had also lost its ability to counterattack. At this very moment, the poison was spreading deeper into the meridians in Xiao Yan's body. When the little fairy doctor attempted to use her Do Qi to block the poison, she helplessly discovered that the poison did not fear her Do Qi. This point was just as Xiao Yan had said. Her current cultivation was really insufficient. She was unable to unleash any strength if she wanted to use it to deal with this strange poison. The poison could even absorb Genesis Qi, let alone Do Qi. Since she was unable to control the poison, the little fairy doctor decided to give up on the idea of refining it from Xiao Yan's body. Instead, she changed her strategy and used her Do Qi to guide the poison. Strand after strand of poison followed Xiao Yan's meridians all the way to his palm, before flowing into his body through the meridians in the little fairy doctor's palm. As the owner of the woeful poison body, the little fairy doctor naturally did not need to worry about the poison doing anything to her. She could continuously guide and absorb the poison, and not only would it not cause any harm to her body, she would even be able to utilize the poison and convert it into her own power, allowing her to swiftly cultivate in a manner that ordinary people would not dare to imagine. The most frightening thing was that this cultivation method would not bring any negative effects to the little fairy doctor's body. However, although the little fairy doctor had tried her best to guide the poison in Xiao Yan's body into her own through his veins, the effect of this method was limited. The little fairy doctor was fine with absorbing and refining strand by strand. However, the speed at which the poison in Xiao Yan's body was growing and spreading was much faster than this. Regardless of how the little fairy doctor guided it, the effect she obtained was at most half of the speed at which the poison was spreading. In contrast, the poison was not only unaffected by the little fairy doctor's guidance, it had already occupied several important meridians in Xiao Yan's body, causing the poison to spread at a much faster rate. Even the Genesis Qi in the vortex in his body was almost completely absorbed by the poison. Once the Genesis Qi was completely absorbed, it would be time for Xiao Yan's body and spirit to be devoured. When that happened, the little fairy doctor would be powerless to reverse the situation even if she used all her methods. The little fairy doctor also quickly discovered this point. However, she was also helpless in this kind of situation. Currently, she had already done her best to use all of the qi paths in Xiao Yan's body that she could use to guide out the poison. Even though this was the case, the effect that she had obtained was still minuscule. If she had to find a solution. Meanwhile, another force was quietly gathering in the depths of Xiao Yan's body. Once the poison in Xiao Yan's body spread to a point where the little fairy doctor could no longer control it, this force would immediately take effect. Woeful poison body, activate. Following the low cry from the little fairy doctor's mouth, numerous purple-black mysterious lines rapidly spread out from between her eyebrows. At the same time, her beautiful black hair also turned snow-white in the blink of an eye. A purple light surged into her eyes. At the same time, the speed at which she absorbed the poison suddenly increased explosively. Even so, the little fairy doctor's absorption speed and effectiveness was at most proportional to the speed at which the poison spread in Xiao Yan's body. It's still not enough, her beautiful eyes flickered faintly. The little fairy doctor's heart was filled with a myriad of complicated emotions. Her red lips parted slightly, but she was hesitant. Even if she had temporarily delayed the poison spread, it was ultimately not a solution. If she wanted to completely prevent Xiao Yan's meridians and bones from being harmed by the poison, she would need to completely change the direction and strength of the poison spread. However, to do so, she would need an even greater force to support it. At the same time, the speed at which she guided the poison out of Xiao Yan's body would need to be faster and more thorough. There was only one way to do this. After struggling for a while, the little fairy doctor finally released her slender hand that was tightly holding onto Xiao Yan's palm. At the same time, a crimson color surged onto her pretty face. Her delicate body trembled as she bent down. Her soft red lips timidly and longingly gently touched Xiao Yan's lips. Their lips and teeth melded together and their saliva flowed. The poison in Xiao Yan's body was thus guided into the little fairy doctor's body. Chapter 1190. Another 3 days passed. When the little fairy doctor came out of the room, everyone could only see her pretty face, which was suffused with a red glow. Her pair of pretty eyes were somewhat absent-minded, and her black hair appeared a little messy. Luo Jin and the others were curious when they saw this, but they also seemed to have discovered something. They exchanged glances with one another and simply inquired about Xiao Yan's condition. However, they did not ask what exactly had happened. Soon after, the group entered the room and saw Xiao Yan sitting on the bed to recover his Genesis Qi. Sensing these people, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. His gaze made contact with Luo Jin and Bai Hua for an instant. Feeling the strangeness in their eyes, Xiao Yan could not help but open his mouth, but in the end, he did not say anything. Seeing this, Luo Jin slowly stepped forward. He raised his hand and gently patted the former's shoulder. Concerned, he asked a few questions about the condition of Xiao Yan's body. After learning that the poison in Xiao Yan's body had been completely resolved, Luo Jin, Bai Hua, and the others finally relaxed. For hours later, Xiao Yan's group, Feng Qi, and the other higher-ups of the Feng clan were all standing in a large hall of the Feng clan. At the same time, Feng Jitsong, who had recovered, was also present. Feng Jitsong thanks Mr. Xiao Yan for saving my life. Although Feng Jitsong's consciousness had been unclear for the past few years, he still had a deep memory of everything that had happened. Xiao Yan had helped him twice. Although he was unconscious at the time, he still knew everything that had happened. Although Xiao Yan did not like Feng Qi's character, Feng Jitsong's actions did not make him feel repulsed. In response to Feng Jitsong's respectful and sincere thanks, Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. As he stood up, he helped Feng Jitsong up. Young Master Feng is too polite. Since I promised your father, I will naturally do my best to save your life. Now that you are safe and sound, I can rest assured. After removing the poison from his body, Feng Jitsong's entire appearance had changed drastically. His originally bloated body had now slimmed down by more than 2 times. Even his lax eyes had become bright and sharp. His manner of speech and actions also displayed the demeanor of a great person. Compared to the Feng Jitsong that Xiao Yan's group had met a few days ago, the person in front of them was like a completely different person. Earlier, I heard that Mr. Xiao Yan had poisoned himself because of me. I really feel guilty in my heart. Originally, I wanted to go and visit you, but I was stopped by these few friends of yours at the door. In the hall, the two of them faced each other. Feng Jitsong spoke with an apologetic face. At the same time, his gaze also glanced at Luo Jin and the others by the side. The few of them sensed his gaze and gathered their gazes on Xiao Yan. From the looks of it, it appeared that they had thrown the problem to Xiao Yan. Thanks to young Master Feng's concern, I am fine now. Seeing that Luo Jin and the others had actually displayed an appearance as though nothing had happened and had thrown the matter to him, Xiao Yan immediately smiled bitterly in his heart. He accompanied Feng Jitsong in a smile. At the same time his words sounded, the corner of his eyes involuntarily glanced toward the little fairy doctor by his side. When the little fairy doctor heard Xiao Yan's words at this time, she couldn't help but think of what happened between her and Xiao Yan in the room in the past 3 days. Her cheeks, which were still indifferent a moment ago, flushed in the blink of an eye. It's good that Mr. Xiao Yan is fine. Here, these are the medicinal materials that you asked me to collect before. I have asked someone to put them in the storage ring for you. At this time, Feng Qi, who was sitting in the first seat, laughed and waved his hand gently. Then, a clan member respectfully walked to Xiao Yan with a tray. There was a storage ring on the tray, and the medicinal materials that Xiao Yan needed were in it. Xiao Yan took the storage ring with one hand and checked it casually. After confirming that the medicinal materials in it were correct, he cupped his hands and said to Feng Qi, "In this case, thank you, family head Feng. Now that young Master Feng's problem has been solved, I think it's time for us to leave." As Xiao Yan said, Luo Jin and others behind him also stood up and faced Feng Qi. They had been prepared to leave the Feng family for a long time, but they didn't expect that so many things would happen during this time. Now it was finally time to leave. Of course, they didn't hesitate. So soon? Mr. Xiao Yan and his group have just arrived in the southernmost land and have helped the Feng family so much. I haven't been a good host and you are leaving? Hearing Xiao Yan's words, even Fang Qi couldn't help but be a little surprised. Xiao Yan didn't do anything on this trip to the Fang family except to help Fang Jitsong detoxify. The only request he made was to take out 30 sets of medicinal materials for refining the breakthrough pill from the Fang family's inventory. This was nothing to the Fang family. They thought that now that the poison in Xiao Yan's body had been removed, he might ask for more things. They didn't expect that he would leave in a blink of an eye. We appreciate family head Fang's kindness, but we still have something to do, so it's inconvenient for us to stay. If there is another chance, we will definitely come back as guests. Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled politely. His words were completely polite, but they caused a burst of sneer in the ears of the people who heard it. It was really hard for people to take these words that were meant to coax a child seriously. Hee, that's good. We will meet again if fate allows it. I just don't know why Mr. Xiao Yan rushed to the southernmost land in such a hurry. Oh, I'm just curious. You don't have to take it to heart. Fang Qi rolled his eyes and immediately asked again. Burning Flame Valley. I heard that there is going to be a sect competition there. We just want to join in the fun and take a look. After a slight hesitation, Xiao Yan said lightly. When Fang Qi heard this, the expression on his face suddenly froze. Even Fang Jitsong, who was beside him, looked at Xiao Yan with some surprise. Oh, so it's like this. That's right. In recent years, there have been many people watching the sect competition. There are even many people who have the chance to fight at the end of the sect competition. The winner can even get a reward from the sect. This has indeed attracted many younger disciples for the sect. Fang Qi seemed to understand this very well. Xiao Yan didn't think too much about it. After saying a few more words, he led Luo Jin and the others out of the hall. Behind them, Fang Jitsong hurriedly followed and wanted to send Xiao Yan and the others out of the door. When Xiao Yan's front foot stepped out of the hall, his footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at Fang Qi, who was still sitting in his seat. The corners of his mouth curled up and he said with a smile, "Oh right, family head Fang, don't forget that you promised me. You still owe me a favor." After saying this, Xiao Yan didn't pay much attention to Fang Qi, whose face had changed. He took a step forward and the group walked out of the Fang family along the way they came. Chapter 1191. Xiao Yan's group was currently walking out of the Fang residence. Fang Jitsong swiftly followed behind. Although Fang Jitsong was somewhat touched by Xiao Yan's earlier words, he did not think too much about it. On the other hand, Fang Jitsong was rather interested in the matter of heading to the Burning Flame Valley that Xiao Yan had mentioned. To think that Mr. Xiao Yan is also here for the sect grand competition of the Burning Flame Valley. After catching up, Fang Jitsong glanced at the little fairy doctor beside Xiao Yan. Her extraordinary aura was indeed very eye-catching. However, he could only take a look. Yes, the sect grand competition of the Burning Flame Valley can be considered a grand event in the extreme south. I already knew about it before coming here and naturally should go and take a look. Xiao Yan softly chuckled. His expression was serious, as if his words were true. Could it be that Mr. Xiao Yan is planning to join the Burning Flame Valley? Xiao Yan possessed fire attribute Genesis Qi. In addition, he possessed a natural power like a heavenly flame. Once he joined the Burning Flame Valley, he would definitely be heavily nurtured. This would undoubtedly bring endless benefits to an ordinary person. Fang Jitsong immediately thought of this point when he heard that Xiao Yan was heading to the Burning Flame Valley. You can say that. In this regard, Xiao Yan paused for a moment before replying vaguely. If that is the case, my Fang clan may be able to help. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, a faint smile immediately appeared on Fang Jitsong's face. Xiao Yan's footsteps paused slightly as he turned his head to look at the latter. To be honest, my Fang clan is actually a subordinate of the Burning Flame Valley. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Yan's group immediately understood when Fang Jitsong's words were said. No wonder he would ask such a strange question. So it was because of this. Since the Fang clan was a subordinate of the Burning Flame Valley, if Xiao Yan really joined the Burning Flame Valley, his position in the faction would definitely not be low in the future. It would not be too late to pull their relationship closer to him at this moment. Along the way, Fang Jizong told Xiao Yan about the relationship between his family and the Burning Flame Valley. According to Fang Jizong, the Fang family had joined the Burning Flame Valley 3 years ago. Before that, the Fang family had not joined any other faction. Similarly, Fang Jizong had not been poisoned. The reason why Fang Qi joined the Burning Flame Valley was because no one could cure him after he was poisoned. Even if he found the Alchemist Alliance, they did not have a complete solution. Among the 3 sects of the southern region, the only one that could be trusted was the Burning Flame Valley. In order for the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master to help Fang Jizong, Fang Qi took the initiative to join the Burning Flame Valley. Although he was ultimately unable to remove the poison in Fang Jizong's body, the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley promised Fang Qi that he would wait for another 3 years. After 3 years, there would definitely be a way to remove the poison from Fang Jizong's body. However, now that the deadline was approaching, who would have thought that the people from the 10,000 Scorpion sect would suddenly arrive? If not for Xiao Yan's timely arrival, the Fang family would have already become a part of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Among all the information that Xiao Yan had heard, the most shocking thing was that the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley was actually a super expert whose cultivation had already reached the Origin Ancestor realm. Who would have thought that even such an expert was unable to remove the poison in Fang Jizong's body? After explaining along the way, Fang Jizong ultimately sent Xiao Yan's group out of the house. After both parties smiled and said goodbye, the group headed east. According to Fang Jizong, the location of his Fang family was not too far away from the Burning Flame Valley. With the speed of Xiao Yan's group, it would take them at most 2 days to reach the Burning Flame Valley. Calculating the time, there were still 5 days before the Burning Flame Valley's intersect grand competition, which was more than enough time. To think that the Fang family is actually a subordinate of the Burning Flame Valley. Looks like we have to be more careful when heading to the Burning Flame Valley this time. After seeing the actions of the people from the Fang family, Xiao Yan's group immediately became fearful of the so-called Burning Flame Valley. After all, the Fang family had already made them so restless, not to mention the Burning Flame Valley, whose strength was many times greater than the Fang family. The Burning Flame Valley was located in a mountain range called the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range in the extreme south. The Scarlet Flame Mountain Range was once the most vast and barren mountain range in the extreme south. Almost no one lived there, and even ordinary magical beasts would not choose to live there. The endless Scarlet Red Mountain Range was like a burning land that extended outwards. The sun shone down and there were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. The originally blue sky was dyed a fiery red by the scarlet red light. The temperature in the air was simply unbearable for ordinary people, and all plants were destined to be unable to survive in this place. As far as the eye could see, not only were there no plants in the entire barren mountain range, there were not even any branches or leaves of basswood. When the strong wind blew, all the leaves and flowers that flew over from the mountain forest in the distance would turn into ashes in the blink of an eye. The water vapor contained within the plants would evaporate in the blink of an eye, to the extent that even breathing would become extremely difficult. The deeper they went, the more they could feel the loneliness of the mountain range. They could even see countless rivers of magma that flowed slowly. The scorching high temperature burned the land into a sparkling scarlet color. This place was simply like a wasteland that had been abandoned by the continent. It was likely that no one would be willing to stay here. However, at this very moment, Xiao Yan's group of 7 had finally arrived at the outskirts of the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. This is the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range? It's really like what Fang Jizong said. This is simply not a place where humans can live. Although they were far away, the group of people had already felt the hot air from the air. The clothes of the few of them had already been soaked in sweat. The long skirt that the fairy doctor wore was even more tightly clung to her delicate body. There was no doubt that her curvaceous figure was undoubtedly displayed, causing one's imagination to run wild. Xiao Yan turned around and looked at the group of people behind him. Immediately, an awkward expression could not help but appear on his face. Although the temperature here was not low, for Xiao Yan, who possessed the heavenly flame, he had long been accustomed to various kinds of heat. To be honest, even after arriving here, he still did not feel any heat. However, at this moment, Luo Jin and the others' faces were already filled with impatience and suffering. Seeing this situation, Xiao Yan hurriedly took out a few fingernail-sized ice crystals from the storage ring and quickly handed them to everyone. Although these ice crystals looked ordinary, the moment they appeared, some fine ice fragments actually appeared out of thin air in the originally dry and hot air. Moreover, even the temperature of the small space where everyone was in actually instantly dropped. What is this? It can actually change the temperature here in an instant. Seeing this scene, even Luo Jin's face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Although he had seen many natural treasures and believed that his experience was not shallow, he had never seen such a heaven-defying thing. Just a fingernail-sized piece was actually able to change the temperature of this place. This is extreme cold. Swoosh. Xiao Yan had just opened his mouth with a smile and was about to tell the few people in front of him what the thing in their hands was. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan's body was suddenly shocked. A bone-chilling chill instantly followed from his feet to the top of his head. Extreme fear actually caused his soul to instantly tremble. Immediately in the next moment, when Xiao Yan hurriedly turned around, a pair of dark red eyes that were filled with murderous intent collided with his line of sight. Chapter 1192. Buzz. The sudden appearance of a chilling killing intent caused Xiao Yan's entire body and soul to involuntarily tremble. The pair of pupils in his pitch-black eyes instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip, and even his breathing stopped for a moment. Especially when Xiao Yan directly met the pair of dark red eyes, he was even more able to feel the chilling and merciless killing intent. It was straightforward and callous, without any impurities. However, it was precisely because of this that it caused one to feel even more terrified. Both parties had yet to speak, but Xiao Yan was already certain that this person was definitely coming for them. It was only when Xiao Yan turned around that Luo Jin and the rest finally noticed the strange figure that had suddenly appeared on the distant barren mountain. A black cloak covered his entire body, making it impossible to see his true appearance from the outside. All they could see was a pair of dark red eyes. However, unlike Xiao Yan, Luo Jin and the rest did not feel the slightest bit of killing intent from this person. In other words, this fellow was completely targeting Xiao Yan alone. What's going on? There was clearly no one there just a moment ago. Why did this fellow suddenly appear? One had to know that the group had already been at the outskirts of the Scarlet Flame Mountain range for close to 15 minutes. They were certain that during this time, no one had entered or exited before their eyes, nor had they sensed any aura. However, since that was the case, when did this fellow in front of them appear? Seeing Xiao Yan's deathly pale face, Luo Jin's heart instantly tightened. Since they did not feel any killing intent from the other party, and Xiao Yan had such a pale face at this moment, it meant that the other party's target was only Xiao Yan alone. May I know who you are and why are you here? As he spoke, Luo Jin's body indiscernibly moved, shielding half of Xiao Yan's body behind him, while Bai Hua also blocked the other half of Xiao Yan's body. Get out of the way, I can only kill him alone. A cold and hoarse voice sounded out from under the black cloak. There was not the slightest bit of emotion in the indifferent voice, and the stranger's gaze never left Xiao Yan's face. At the same time, in the space in front of him, an extremely powerful energy began to gradually condense, transforming into a diamond-shaped spike in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Luo Jin and the rest instantly became nervous. The little fairy doctor and the rest behind them also hurriedly surrounded Xiao Yan, each releasing the energy within their body in an attempt to block the stranger's attack for Xiao Yan. All of you, get out of the way. Xiao Yan, who was surrounded by a cold killing intent, finally managed to forcefully stabilize his originally trembling soul and body at this moment. He clenched his teeth and uttered these words. However, the few people in front of him were completely indifferent. Get out of the way. Xiao Yan forcefully supported his body. At the same time that he let out a low cry, the fierce, heavenly flame also began to burn violently on the surface of his body. An invisible strength immediately swept over. The searing high temperature also completely wiped away the fear within Xiao Yan's heart. Sensing that his presence had been broken through, the black-cloaked man could not help but gently exclaim, as if he had never thought that a returnant's brat would be able to break through his pressure. However, when he saw the heavenly flames on Xiao Yan's body, he immediately understood his surprise. That's it. Even if it was a heavenly flame, it was still unable to cause much of an emotional fluctuation in the heart of the black-robed man. The hoarse and cold voice once again spat out. A pair of dark red eyes slightly focused, and the energy spike in front of him immediately shot out. Swish! The sharp sound of rushing wind appeared for an instant before the empty space in front of the sharp spike suddenly collapsed. At the same time, it turned into an endless empty space. The entire world began to distort. After reaching a certain critical point, the already shattered empty space began to distort and tear apart an even larger area of the sky. At the same time, an extremely powerful pressure easily broke apart everyone in front of Xiao Yan. The powerful force directly targeted Xiao Yan. During this entire process, the black-robed man did not even raise his head to look. Instead, after the energy spike shot out, he turned his gaze back. His eyes revealed a hint of fear as he looked towards the depths of the Scarlet Flame Mountain range, before preparing to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, there was no longer any activity from Xiao Yan in the distance. The sound of a body being penetrated that he should have heard did not appear. This caused him to be extremely surprised. Turning his head to look, he saw that the place where Xiao Yan was originally standing was actually empty. Instead, a hill in the distance had been blasted into a deep pit by the force. Seeing this scene, the black-cloaked man immediately frowned. He did not think that with that brat's strength, he would be able to dodge his attack. But since that was the case, what was going on right now? 7-layer heaven-breaking ruler. An earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded out from behind the black-cloaked man. Xiao Yan's figure scuttled out from a pitch-black tent, holding a giant ruler in his hand, flames curling around it. In the blink of an eye, the graceful ruler light had already stood between heaven and earth, as though it wanted to split the heavens and earth, and directly descended towards the black-cloaked man. The graceful ruler light closed in on the black-cloaked man in the blink of an eye. Just as it was about to land on his body, the black-cloaked man unhurriedly turned his head, allowing the graceful ruler light above his head to descend. He only gently raised a finger, and a light flickered at the tip of his finger. Whoosh! There seemed to be a flash of lightning between heaven and earth. The huge amount of energy contained in the ruler light was instantly cut off. Then, with a boom, it exploded between heaven and earth. What? Seeing this shocking scene, Xiao Yan was instantly shocked. However, before he could do anything else, the black-cloaked man, who was included in the range of the energy explosion, suddenly appeared in front of him. He raised a hand and grabbed at Xiao Yan's head. The skinny palm quickly enlarged in Xiao Yan's eyes. Even though he had already done his best to condense a defense on the surface of his body, he still felt a strong sense of powerlessness in his heart in the face of the black-cloaked man's attack. He could only allow the palm in front of him to land on his head. Buzz! However, in the next moment, the scene from a few days ago appeared again in Xiao Yan's body. Shocking energy ripples swept out from Xiao Yan's body. The powerful pressure caused the black-cloaked man's expression to suddenly change. At the same time, an illusionary human figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yan. A finger pressed against the palm of the black-robed person. A powerful force immediately erupted and penetrated the palm and forearm of the black-robed person. Soon after, the black-robed person's entire body was sent flying by this force that had suddenly appeared. Then, he looked at the figure that suddenly appeared. It had an almost corporeal body and an extremely powerful aura. In particular, the face that Xiao Yan could not be more familiar with. The figure that suddenly appeared was Xiao Xian, who had been sleeping for a long time. Chapter 1193. The sudden change in the sky not only caused the mysterious black-robed man to be shocked, but even Luo Jin and the rest of the people were also shocked. What is that? It seems to be a soul. I think that guy should be the one hiding in Xiao Yan's body. A spirit body can actually possess such powerful strength? Everyone was extremely shocked when they saw Xianxia blow the black-robed person away with a single strike. After all, even when they used their full strength to block the attack, they could not even block the shockwaves from the black-robed person's attack. However, the soul that had appeared before them was able to blow the black-robed person away in a single strike, which was more than enough to demonstrate his terrifying cultivation. I never thought that Xiaoyan would be acquainted with an expert like that. From the way the two of them fought, they're probably even stronger than Origin Kings. They're actually two Origin Kings. When Luo Jin's mouth emitted an exclamation of surprise, the expressions of Zhou Tai and the others behind him also changed. Fortunately, from the way this expert in front of Xiaoyan had acted earlier, he was at least standing on their side. From the looks of it, their current situation could still be considered safe. Since he's taken action, I think we'll be fine this time, Luo Jin said. Now that both sides had an expert at Origin King, it would be difficult to determine the victor once they began fighting. Not to mention that they were currently within the territory of the Burning Flame Valley. If a battle between Origin Kings dragged on for too long, it would attract the attention of the Burning Flame Valley. It would be even more difficult for the mysterious black-robed person to deal with. The others all nodded in relief when they heard Luo Jin's words. However, they could not help but feel fear when they looked at the black-robed person. Although they were powerful even in the extreme south, they were still nowhere close to true experts of the upper echelons. In the eyes of Origin Kings, so-called Origin Transformation and Returnance experts like them were nothing. Origin King, huh? At this moment, the black-robed man who had been sent flying by Xiaoxian's attack was also in the air. His injured right arm trembled slightly as he stared at Xiaoxian with his dark red eyes. His voice was still slightly shaken. Although the previous attack was sudden, it was enough for him to clearly see the strength of the person in front of him. A 5-star Source King was much stronger than him. In terms of cultivation alone, Xiaoxian could already suppress him, let alone now that he was injured. Most importantly, Xiaoxian did not possess a body right now. He was just a soul. If Xiaoxian recovered his body, his battle prowess would definitely skyrocket once more. That way, the mysterious person would be even less of his opponent. "Hee little fellow, are you all right?" Xiaoxian ignored the black-robed man and turned to face Xiaoyan with a smile. "Ancestor Xiaoxian, you've recovered." "Yeah, not only have I recovered, but my strength has also increased by quite a lot. The sea race sure has a lot of treasures. Why don't you go get some for me?" Xiaoxian stopped worrying when he saw that Xiaoyan was fine. He grinned, but his tone was rather teasing. However, when Xiaoyan heard that, he could not help but become stunned. He cursed inside. In order to help Xiaoxian recover his soul, Zhantian had taken out all the treasures of the sea race that could recover soul force without holding back at all. The two sea race probably still felt pained over this matter, yet Xiaoxian still dared to say something like that. Alright, I'm just joking. Let's cut the crap and listen to what this friend has to say first," Xiaoxian laughed. Xiaoxian laughed out loud. He was naturally aware of Xiaoyan's thoughts. He knew that Xiaoyan would be embarrassed to look for the Sea Clan. Xiaoxian immediately turned around and the smile on his face was withdrawn. His dense gaze was like a sharp blade as it landed on the black-robed person. An invisible aura broke through empty space and cut off half of the black robe that covered his face. The black-robed man's heart skipped a beat, and his imposing aura gushed out. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiaoxian with fear. "Who are you? Why did you attack him?" Xiaoxian's face was calm, but his voice was chilling. At the same time, the mighty Genesis Qi in his body began to circulate. "You don't need to know." The black-robed man took a step forward, and purple-black Genesis Qi rapidly spread from the bottom of his feet as the space beneath his feet crumbled. "I don't need to know? Even if he's going to die, you should at least let him know the reason." The black-robed man remained indifferent, as though he hadn't heard Xiaoxian's words. "Since you don't want to speak, I'll have to beat you until you do." Xiaoxian narrowed his eyes, and an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. He slowly lifted his right hand and clasped his two fingers together. With one thought, the Genesis Qi between heaven and earth began to circulate, and a hurricane began to swirl around him. Invisible wind blades emitted piercing sounds in the sky, and a fierce aura soared into the sky. Swoosh! The tip of Xianxia's foot tapped the void, and his figure instantly shot across the air. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the black-robed man. With a wave of his 2 fingers, fierce sword chi suddenly streaked across the air. The hurricane abruptly changed directions, turning into an invisible energy wave that pounced towards the black-robed man from all directions. At the same time, the black-robed man didn't back down in the slightest. He stomped his foot, and purple-black Genesis chi immediately gushed out from the bottom of his feet. It soared into the sky and turned into a wall that blocked the invisible wave. The moment the purple-black Genesis chi wall was broken, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed at Xianxia's head. Xianxia wasn't afraid in the slightest. He stretched out 2 fingers of his right hand and tapped the black-robed man's palm again. But this time, because of the Genesis chi, the fierce sword chi didn't penetrate the black-robed man's palm. But even so, the energy ripples that swept out from the 2 of them caused the world to tremble. The domineering sword aura even cut the barren mountain on one side. The mountain was cut in half, and when the upper part collapsed, a flat and smooth platform was left in the cut area. Xiaoyan and the others had no choice but to avoid the battle. They stood on the barren mountain and watched the 2 people fiercely fighting from a distance. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with shock when he saw Xianxia display a frightening fighting strength. He naturally understood the words of the black-robed person earlier. The current Xianxia was already a genuine expert at the Origin King class. It was unexpected that Xianxia's awakening this time around would bring him such a great surprise. If the favor that the Fang clan had mentioned was still uncertain, Xianxia's appearance at this moment gave him true confidence. At the very least, with Xianxia in charge, their group would not need to fear those ordinary Origin Kings. Xiaoyan, who is he? It was only then that Luo Jin asked the question in his heart. After all, such an expert had suddenly appeared in their team. Even if he didn't need to worry, he was still a little curious. He's my ancestor. Chapter 1194. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Luo Jin did not believe him. Instead, he was speechless. A suspicious expression involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. Based on his understanding of Xiaoyan, the latter was not the kind of person who would easily say such words just because of the other party's strength. However, the 2 words that Xiaoyan had spat out at this moment caused him to be unable to believe it. Even if it was a joke, it should not be said in such a manner. I say, even if this fellow is an Origin King expert, I do not believe that with your arrogance, you would actually address a stranger in such a manner. Do you still have any integrity? Pfft. Luo Jin's words caused Xiaoyan to be stunned. On the other hand, Bai Hua could not help but laugh out loud. As for the fairy doctor, although she did not dare to easily believe it, she already had an idea in her heart. At this moment, Zhou Tai and the rest also had faces filled with curiosity and suspicion. Everyone was clear about Xiaoyan's character. However, at this moment, the words that Xiaoyan had said caused them to not dare to believe it. Rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but how could one randomly acknowledge an ancestor? Xiaoyan, don't tell me that he is that. Immediately after, Bai Hua noticed the somewhat serious expression in Xiaoyan's eyes and hurriedly returned to normal. Soon after, her tone was somewhat surprised as she asked. Behind her, the fairy doctor also opened her pair of watery eyes and stared at Xiaoyan with a curious expression on her face. Yes, it is indeed him. I have succeeded. Hearing the meaning in Bai Hua's words, Xiaoyan pursed his lips and smiled. He did not hide anything. Everyone present was on the same side and there was nothing to hide. Other than some secrets that were related to himself, there was no harm in revealing the rest. Hiss! Hearing Xiaoyan personally confirm it, Bai Hua and the fairy doctor could not help but inhale a breath of cold air. They really did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually succeed. The person who had appeared in front of them now was an absolute expert who had once affected the entire Doqi continent. They did not expect that he had actually revived. Even so, Luo Jin's face was still at a loss. Although he did not know who the soul that had appeared later was, he could tell from the expressions on Bai Hua and the fairy doctor's faces that he was an extremely impressive character. He is indeed my ancestor. His name is Xianxia, and he is the person I admire the most in my life. Seeing that the faces of Luo Jin and the others were still at a loss, Xiaoyan smiled slightly and spoke in an indifferent and certain manner. He did not explain much, but it allowed the few of them to immediately understand the truth of Xiaoyan's words. If that's the case, Luo Jin's eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. Back then, Luo Ao had told him that there was another soul in Xiaoyan's body. Now, it seemed that it was Xiaoxian. So, Xiaoxian is also from the Douqi continent? While they were talking about Xiaoxian, the battle between Xiaoxian and the mysterious man was getting more and more intense. Materialization of the Great Tao. Devil Tribulation Armor. With a low growl, the strange purple-black power of the Great Way quickly condensed on the surface of the black-robed man's body. In the blink of an eye, a strange and ugly armor covered with sharp thorns covered the black-robed man's body. Unfortunately, his Genesis Chi was of the poison attribute, and his Great Tao power was mainly poison. Even if he encountered an opponent of the same level, his opponent would not dare to underestimate him because of his poison power. Normally, when he fought, his opponent would be careful, and there was no reason for him to defend. But now, in the face of Xiaoxian's fierce and domineering offensive, his poison had no effect at all. Whether it was the poison mist or the weapon formed from poison, it was useless under Xiaoxian's attack. As long as the poison mist spread, it would be immediately blown away by the hurricane around Xiaoxian. As for the weapon, Xiaoxian's fierce sword qi seemed to be able to cut through everything in the world. As long as he swiped 2 fingers, any attack would be instantly severed. Xiaoxian was a monster with no flaws. Damn it! I don't believe it. Since the poison can't touch you, I'll do it myself. At this point, even the black-robed man, who had a stable temperament, could no longer calm down. He had never seen such a monstrous person. No matter what, he must break Xiaoxian's attack. Clang, clang, clang. Gaga gaga. You don't seem to have mastered the Great Tao power. Although your sword qi is extraordinary, you look down on the Great Tao power too much if you want to rely on it to break my armor formed from the Great Tao power. Seeing that Xiaoxian couldn't break his armor, the black-robed man finally revealed a sinister smile. He ignored the sword qi that collided with his armor and directly charged at Xiaoxian. Although Xiaoxian's battle prowess was terrifying, the black-robed man firmly believed that as long as his poison could injure Xiaoxian, he would definitely have a chance to defeat Xiaoxian. Since Xiaoxian couldn't break his armor at such a close distance, he would definitely be injured. So, it was his turn to attack. Die! Clang. The black-robed man was covered in spikes, and he appeared before Xiaoxian in the blink of an eye. He charged at Xiaoxian with all his might, but the result was that when the spikes were a few inches away from Xiaoxian's body, a golden light immediately flickered on the surface of Xiaoxian's body. In the blink of an eye, it had covered Xiaoxian's entire body. The black-robed man's expression changed drastically when he saw the profound golden runes on Xiaoxian's body. He had never imagined that Xiaoxian would actually have such a method. Sky Prison Formation, activate. Xiaoxian didn't care about the expression on the black-robed man's face. With a low roar, golden light flashed under the black-robed man's feet and wrapped around him in the blink of an eye, making it impossible for him to leave the space he was in. At the same time, Xiaoxian lifted 2 fingers, and a hurricane spun between heaven and earth. Genesis Chi condensed at his fingertips and turned into a speck of starlight. Green cleansing sword art, heavenly strike. As the sword art was executed, rays of light flashed, and the armor was torn apart. The entire battle lasted less than half an hour, but the black-robed man had been utterly defeated. Now, you can tell me, who are you? The armor was broken, and even the robes worn by the black-robed person were cut into pieces, revealing a skinny body underneath. His face was also extremely skinny. The only difference was that there was a huge scorpion tattooed on the left side of the black-robed person's chest. From this point alone, the group was able to roughly confirm the identity of this fellow. You're from the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Xiao Yan and the others approached. They felt a little surprise at the identity of this fellow. However, they understood after thinking about it. They had spoiled their plan. It was normal for them to want to kill them. Unfortunately, they had failed. Xiao Yan and the others walked over. "Pu Fu, I was ordered by the sect master to kill you." Chapter 1195. Sect Master? The sect master of the myriad scorpion sect? Xiao Yan immediately raised an eyebrow when he heard Che Fu's words. He immediately thought of Mao Sun, who had just left the Fong family. Is it because of Mao Sun? If Mao Sun had reported the news about him, it would make sense for the myriad scorpion sect to send people to kill him. However, that shouldn't be the case. The Fong family is within the territory of the Burning Flame Valley. The three sects are extremely far from each other. Even if he's a late returnance expert, it's impossible for him to make it back to the myriad scorpion sect in just a few days, not to mention that this person has already chased him all the way here. Luo Jin shook his head and directly rejected Xiao Yan's guess. At the same time, Xiao Yan nodded with a frown. He had thought of this as well, but why did Che Fu want to kill him if that was the case? Xiao Yan's group had never come across anyone from the myriad scorpion sect along the way, so it was impossible for them to come into conflict with them. There was even less reason for them to kill him. Yet now, not only did the myriad scorpion sect want to kill Xiao Yan, they had even specially sent a origin king to kill him. This was just unbelievable. "Why does your sect master want to kill me?" Xiao Yan knit his brows tightly. He did not believe that a calamity would descend from the sky without any reason. Even though he was one of the three great sects of the southern region, it was impossible for him to randomly attack a stranger. Even if it was for the heavenly flame in his hand, he should at least give a reason, right? "I don't know. I'm only responsible for killing you. I don't care about the reason." Che Fu was currently under Xiao Xian's control, so he obviously could not break free in a short amount of time. However, he calmed down very quickly, as if he knew how terrifying Xiao Xian was. Even if he tried to struggle, it would be pointless. Instead of wasting his energy, it would be better for him to relax and recover. Although they were both origin monarchs, it wasn't that easy for Xiao Xian to kill him. Xiao Xian wouldn't have been able to control him so easily if they had really gone all out. After asking for a long time, Xiao Yan was actually unable to get anything useful out of him. In the end, he sighed helplessly. From the looks of the current situation, Ma Fu really did not know the reason behind this. As for the 10,000 Scorpion Gate, the other party gritted his teeth and refused to answer regardless of how Xiao Xian pressured him. Even if he said something that they already knew, it was completely irrelevant. "Damn it, what should we do now? This fellow refuses to speak no matter what. If there's no other way, we might as well just kill him." Even if he couldn't get any information about the 10,000 Scorpion sect from a Yuan king, killing him would still be a huge loss to the 10,000 Scorpion sect. For a powerful sect, the stronger the cultivation of a sect member, the more important and precious they were. Even the loss of one would cause the strength of the entire sect to drop significantly. If Ma Fu died, the overall strength of the 10,000 Scorpion sect would definitely drop by a level, which wasn't a bad thing for Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Xian helplessly shook his head when he heard Xiao Yan's words. His hand slowly relaxed, and Ma Fu, who was trapped by the heaven imprisoning formation, was immediately freed. The Genesis Qi in his body began to circulate rapidly again. "Ancestor, what are you doing?" Xiao Yan's expression changed when he saw Xiao Xian release the formation on Ma Fu's body. He involuntarily took a step back, and Genesis Qi immediately gushed out from his body as he cautiously stared at Ma Fu. "Let him go." Xiao Xian had no intention of stopping him. He gently pressed his hand on Xiao Yan's shoulder and nodded at him. When Xiao Yan noticed Xiao Xian's gaze, he withdrew the Genesis Qi he had released even though he was unwilling. Since Xiao Xian had said so, it was naturally even more impossible for him to kill Ma Fu. "What's your name?" Ma Fu ignored Xiao Yan and shifted his gaze to Xiao Xian. Among these people, only Xiao Xian could make him pay attention. "Xiao Xian." Xiao Xian pursed his lips into a smile. The calmness on his face made him look even more like an expert. Such a person was bound to become a true expert, An expert who could shake a region and command the wind and clouds. I'll remember that today's battle isn't over yet. I think so too. Why haven't you mastered the power of the great Tao? This was what puzzled Ma Fu the most. Xianxia was clearly not an ordinary person. With such talent, logically speaking, he should have mastered the power of the great Tao. But in the previous battle, there wasn't even the slightest trace of the power of the great Tao. Xianxia smiled in a non-committal manner and did not say anything else. Seeing that Xianxia didn't want to say more, Ma Fu nodded, and then his gaze fell on Xiaoyan. The latter instantly understood the meaning in his eyes. Xiaoyan. Ma Fu imitated Xiaoxian's tone and replied. Ma Fu was taken aback. His gaze swept between the two people in front of him, and as if he had discovered something, he muttered their names twice before turning around and flying towards the southern sky. It wasn't until Ma Fu's figure disappeared from their sight that the last trace of worry in the group's hearts dissipated. Then, their gazes involuntarily converged on Xiaoxian. It wasn't that they had never seen an expert at the Origin King realm, but it was the first time they had seen a soul with such strength. Most importantly, this person was actually related to Xiaoyan. "Ah, little guy, not bad. I haven't seen you for a while, but your cultivation hasn't fallen at all. Although this speed isn't fast, it's solid. This will definitely benefit you in the future." Retracting his gaze, Xiaoxian once again sized up Xiaoyan. After sensing the latter's current cultivation, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Hearing this, Xiaoyan chuckled. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Ancestor, has your soul power completely recovered?" "Huh, not only has it recovered, but it's even stronger than before." The current me, in their words, is roughly equivalent to a 5-star Origin King. The faces of Xiaoyan's group immediately revealed a shocked expression when his words reached this point. A 5-star Origin King. This was much stronger than the clan head of the Fong clan, Fong Qi. In this way, their group would have nothing to fear as they traversed the southern region. Seeing this, Xiaoxian smiled slyly and continued, "Apart from that, my soul power has also reached rank 7. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions on the faces of Xiaoyan and the others instantly froze. Even the expression on Luo Jin's face was gradually replaced by deep shock. 7 realms soul power, coupled with the formation he had displayed earlier, meant that while being a 5-star Origin King, the current Xiaoxian was also a rank 7 formation master. Chapter 1196. A rank 7 formation master. Even a source sect powerhouse would not dare to underestimate the power of a rank 7 formation master. In that case, wouldn't Xiaoyan's team not even be afraid of a source sect powerhouse? Everyone was shocked when they thought of this, but Xiaoxian seemed to have noticed their thoughts. He immediately chuckled, shook his head and sighed, "Don't think too much about it. Don't think about it too simply. Becoming a Tier 7 array master isn't as easy as you think. Formations relied heavily on formations, and the more powerful a formation was, the more difficult it was to condense it. Especially after reaching the 7th step, almost all of the formations needed to rely on formation discs. Otherwise, not to mention the energy required to condense a formation, just the long period of time required was unbearable for anyone. The reason why Xiaoxian was able to condense the sky-imprisoning formation in the blink of an eye was partly because of his immense spiritual strength, but more importantly, it was because he had already secretly condensed the formation at the beginning of the battle. He was waiting for the end of the battle. Although Xiaoxian had inherited Tianju's legacy, Tianju had only been a Class 6 formations master back then. Both his understanding and mastery of formations were extremely limited. Currently, all the methods and techniques that Xiaoxian knew about formations were far from enough for him to use. Even the Class 6 formations he knew were extremely limited. Moreover, his cultivation level was not proportional to his array master's level. A powerful formation also needed a powerful cultivation to support it. With Xiaoxian's current strength, although it was an extremely powerful force in the extreme south, it was still too far-fetched to use it to support the condensation of a high-grade formation. A 5-star Source King could condense many rank 6 formations, and his success rate of condensing a rank 7 formation would probably not exceed 50%. Most importantly, Xianxia did not possess any scrolls related to Class 7 formations right now, so it was impossible for him to learn them. Senior Xianxia doesn't have any scrolls about high-grade formations? Luo Jin's eyes immediately lit up when he heard Xianxia's words. He hurriedly took out 3 jade-sealed scrolls from his spatial ring and handed them over to Xianxia. My father gave these 3 scrolls to me. He originally hoped that I could undo the jade seal as soon as possible so that I could comprehend the mysteries within. However, it's useless for me to keep them with me. Since Senior needs them, I'll give them to you. Xianxia did not immediately accept the 3 scrolls in front of him as he looked at them. He knew that since these people were able to follow beside Xiaoyan, lend him a hand when he was in danger, and even disregard their own safety, they were definitely people whom Xiaoyan could trust. However, it was also because of this that he could not easily accept the other party's gift. This might be beneficial to him, but it might not be so for Xiaoyan. Moreover, Luo Jin had specially mentioned the importance of these 3 scrolls. If he were to accept them, it was likely that, Hee ancestor, there's no need to worry. Yeah, Senior. These things are exactly what you need right now. You can just return them to me when you don't need them anymore. As soon as Xiaoyan spoke, Luo Jin grinned as if he did not care at all. It would be a lie to say that he had given away these 3 scrolls carelessly. These 3 scrolls were carefully selected by his father from the clan's vault. These 3 formations were extremely powerful even among Class 7 formations. At the same time, it was extremely difficult to fully comprehend them. When Luo Jin's father had given him the formations and the scrolls, he had sternly warned him not to give the formations to anyone. Just this point alone was enough to prove the uniqueness of these 3 formations. However, Luo Jin was currently giving them to Xianxia. On one hand, he had the intention of gaining Xianxia's favor. On the other hand, he hoped to use this to deepen the relationship between him and Xiaoyan. 3 rank 7 formations and the future ultimate expert of the continent. The pros and cons of this were obvious at a glance. Luo Jin did not think that he would lose out in this transaction. After hearing Xiaoyan's words, Xianxia hesitantly put away the scrolls in his hand. At the same time, he thanked Luo Jin. After a simple exchange of greetings, the group prepared to enter the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. Due to the protection of the extreme Arctic ice soul, the group was not affected by the scorching temperature in the air for the rest of the journey. The group flew past the mountain ridges at an extremely fast speed and headed towards the depths of the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. According to Fang Jitsong, the Burning Flame Valley's sect was built in the deepest part of the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. That place would definitely shock anyone who saw it for the first time. As for the reason, Fang Jitsong did not explain, and Xiaoyan did not ask. As the group approached the location of the Burning Flame Valley sect, they met quite a number of outsiders who were also hurrying to the Burning Flame Valley. Indeed, it was just as Fang Qi had said. The Burning Flame Valley's great sect competition had indeed attracted a large number of experts from the outside world. From the looks of it, this great sect competition seemed to be quite a grand occasion. However, these people did not appear to be as relaxed as Xiaoyan and the rest. There was a terrifyingly high temperature above their heads. The closer they got to the depths of the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range, the hotter the air became. It was as if there was an invisible flame burning there, rapidly exhausting the Genesis Qi in their bodies and forcing them to slow down. Of course, there was naturally no lack of powerful individuals amongst these people. One of the groups was even faster than Xiaoyan's group. When Xiaoyan observed the aura of their leader, the latter cast a glance at him, a sharp and domineering gaze instantly causing Xiaoyan to withdraw his gaze as a shiver ran through his heart. Shockingly, the person leading the group was an expert at the Origin King realm. The southern region is indeed a place filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It's impossible to meet any of these experts in the western region. In just a few days, I've already met 3 of them. I'm afraid the southern region is much more lively than I imagined. Xiaoyan quietly said in his heart. At the same time that he was shocked by the cultivation of these people, a heated emotion gradually surged into his pair of dark black eyes. The hot blood in his chest was also ignited at this moment. If one did not climb high, how could one see the mountains beyond the mountains? If one did not travel far, how could one travel 1,000 miles? Only by traveling with experts could one become an expert. The extreme south was bound to be dangerous, but at the same time, it was also an excellent training ground. Chapter 1197. After Xiao Yan's group had entered the Scarlet Flame mountain range for 2 hours, they finally arrived at the core area of the entire mountain range. The headquarters of the Burning Flame Valley was located here. When this group of people saw the scene in front of them, it was indeed as Fang Zhizong had expected. Everyone present felt shocked and surprised in their hearts. After all, the scene that had appeared in front of them at this moment was really hard to believe. The originally scarlet-red barren mountains seemed to have been forcefully cut off by an invisible force. The red rocky ground came to an abrupt stop, and a verdant mountain forest suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yan's group at this moment. The mountain peak stood tall, and the fragrance of birds, trees, and flowers was very different from the outside world. Even though it was only a short distance of a few feet at a glance, it seemed as though it was 2 different worlds. With such a beautiful scene, it was no wonder that Fang Zhizong would say such words. Such a scene, no wonder it would cause people to be shocked. I never thought that there would actually be another world within these layers of barren mountains. The Burning Flame Valley is indeed worthy of being the head of the 3 sects of the southern region. Let's go. Today, let us experience the splendor of the Burning Flame Valley. After the group of people sighed, they looked at each other and smiled. Then, they leaped and flew towards the depths of the mountain forest in front of them. This mountain forest was neither big nor small. The location of the Burning Flame Valley's headquarters was built on the peak of the towering mountain in the middle of the mountain forest. The towering and imposing mountain towered into the clouds. At first glance, its enormous size was simply like a huge beast lying between the heavens and the earth. The mountain ridge was like a pillar that supported the heavens and the earth. The peak of the mountain was like a sharp point that pierced the heavens. Rows upon rows of buildings were built on the platforms between the mountain ridge. Although they appeared uneven, it gave people a feeling of majesty. Although the group of people had yet to arrive, they could see from afar that there was a huge rock that protruded from the mountain peak. The 3 large words, Burning Flame Valley, were written with vigorous strokes. At this moment, some figures gradually appeared in front of or around Xiao Yan's group. All of these people were people who had come from the outside world to watch the Burning Flame Valley's sect grand competition. As the distance gradually decreased, the number of people in everyone's sight also increased. Only then did Xiao Yan understand just how great the attraction of this grand competition was. Just from the number of guests they could see, there were no less than 1,000. Most of them had reached origin transformation, and there were even no less than 100 returnance experts. As for the people whose cultivation levels were difficult to see through, they were obviously origin kings. It's just a sect competition, yet so many experts have gathered. Even so many origin king level experts have come. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily felt a shock at the foundation of this Burning Flame Valley when he sensed those extremely powerful auras. The reason why a grand competition between the sects was able to attract so many experts was not just because of the excitement of the entire competition. It also required the foundation of the entire sect. If they did not possess great strength, there would not be so many people who had come from so far away to watch a battle between disciples of other sections. Of course, there were a few people who had come for the sake of obtaining the rewards, but they were in the minority after all. Most of the people who had come to watch the competition probably only wanted to get closer to the Burning Flame Valley. As the greatest sect in the southern region, if they could get closer to the Burning Flame Valley, it would obviously bring endless benefits to their status in the southern region. A while later, Xiao Yan's group arrived at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, there were disciples dressed in the uniform of the Burning Flame Valley receiving the guests who had come to watch the competition. Other than a small number of people who had an invitation, everyone else would be led by a disciple of the Burning Flame Valley. On one hand, it was to point them in the right direction, and on the other hand, it was naturally to keep an eye on those who had ill intentions. Of course, if there was anyone who tried to use violent means to take action along the way, the Burning Flame Valley's upper echelons and elders on the mountain would immediately discover it. It was also because of this that no matter what kind of thoughts the people on the mountain had, they could only quietly follow behind the disciple who was leading the way until they reached the plaza where the competition was held. As long as they arrived there was no need for the disciples to watch over them. They would be personally received by the elders of the Burning Flame Valley. Although this method appeared to be somewhat strict, as if they were treating the guests as prisoners, it would also save the Burning Flame Valley a lot of trouble. Moreover, this place was the territory of the Burning Flame Valley to begin with. Following the rules of the other party's territory seemed to be reasonable. Therefore, even a small portion of people who had objections to this kind of method could only secretly swallow it down. Other than this, every group that ascended the mountain would receive a jade tablet from a disciple of the Burning Flame Valley. There was a row of words carved on it. When Xiaoyan received it, he took a look at it. Gang 24. May I ask what this is? Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows when he saw the number displayed on it. He could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. Could it be that the guests who ascended the mountain had to be counted and recorded? Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Hearing Xiaoyan's doubtful voice, the handsome disciple of the Burning Flame Valley in front of him smiled politely and said respectfully, "The row of numbers that Mr. is looking at is the sequence of your group that ascended the mountain. There are a total of 1,000 jade tablets in your hand. The group that holds a jade tablet has the qualification to challenge the disciples on the competition stage. If they win, they can obtain the prize prepared by the elders of our sect." Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyan nodded his head with a look of understanding. He seemed to have understood something in his heart. Due to the fact that there are far too many people who wish to challenge each sect grand competition, the elders have no choice but to make this decision. The Gung tablet that you hold is ranked within the top 700. You can challenge the corresponding disciples ranked below the top 500. If you win, you can also challenge the disciples ranked in the top 500. However, if you lose, all rewards will be forfeited. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyan was stunned. It was clearly a sect grand competition. Why would it involve outsiders? Even the challengers had a ranking. This was a little too absurd. However, after some thought, Xiaoyan understood in his heart. There was a limit to the strength of the sects after all. Moreover, the majority of the disciples were not only equal in strength, even their Genesis Chi attribute was the same. Their combat experience was also limited. Such a competition would not be able to give them much experience. On the other hand, challengers like these would mostly display their true strength in order to obtain the prize. Regardless of victory or defeat, such a battle would definitely be beneficial to the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley. As for the prizes, they were naturally nothing compared to the future of the Burning Flame Valley. Xiaoyan's heart was a little surprised at the tactics of the Burning Flame Valley when he thought of it in this manner. Using the smallest price in exchange for an excellent training. Such tactics really caused one to be amazed. He really did not know just which old fox had thought of this method. With such thoughts in his mind, the group arrived at the main plaza that was used for the sect grand competition. At this moment, the open ground was filled with a countless number of people surging in at a glance. The liveliness could not be hidden. Countless number of stone chairs stood around the open ground. Xiaoyan's group had just arrived when the leading disciple bowed and left. At the same time, an old man wearing a fiery red long robe walked toward them. Chapter 1198. Haha, welcome. Welcome to my Burning Flame Valley's sect grand competition. May I know if you have a jade token? The old man had yet to arrive, but his thunderous laughter was already heard. The buzzing sound reverberated in the ears of the group, causing them to grimace. Not only was this old man dressed in provocative clothes, but even his voice was unusually irritable. Xiaoyan quietly said in his heart. Soon after, the group of people recovered. Hearing this fellow's words, Xiaoyan immediately took out the jade token that the disciple had given him earlier from his storage ring. Number Gang 24. As he spoke, the old man's figure had already arrived in front of him. At the same time, a faint and invisible pressure accompanied him. Although the latter had already restrained most of it, there was still a remnant pressure that leaked out. Although the pressure from this aura was not very strong, Xiao Yan immediately sensed that the cultivation of this old man was likely above the Origin King class. Another Origin King realm expert. Xiao Yan's heart was once again shaken when he sensed this. Within a short couple of days, he had already met a couple of experts at the Origin King class. This was really unimaginable. He had actually seen enough of these experts, who usually did not show themselves, in one go. The contrast between the two was really hard to accept. His powerful strength and imposing manner not only gave Xiao Yan a pressure on the surface, but it also caused his heart to feel a heaviness. Unknowingly, the cultivation of the opponent he was facing had already reached such a level. Given his current strength, facing an opponent of this level was undoubtedly a huge challenge. Currently, he needed even more power to support himself. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan immediately thought of the other heavenly flame in the southern region. Red Lotus Hellfire. Yi Honglian. Looks like I should prepare to look for her after this matter is over. Yi Honglian was the incarnation of the Red Lotus Yi Flame. Based on what Gu Yu and Haimachin had said back then, Yi Honglian was located in the southern region. Xiao Yan had not sensed any information related to Yi Honglian at the southwestern border. In that case, it was possible that Yi Honglian was in the extreme south. Oh, if that's the case, then please follow me. I've already prepared seats for you over there. Hearing the words of the old man in front of him, Xiao Yan, who was thinking about the next course of action, immediately came back to his senses. He didn't dare to neglect and cupped his hands with a smile. After that, he followed the old man to the west side of the square. I don't think you're from the extreme south. As the group walked, the old man in front of Xiao Yan suddenly turned his head and opened his mouth with a smile. His face was filled with a cunning expression. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was a little surprised. Why would this old man ask such a question? Senior, why do you say that? Heh, I can see that your cultivation base is not bad despite your young age. Your cultivation talent is not bad. Moreover, from the fire energy faintly emanating from your body, you should also be a cultivator of the fire attribute. Xiao Yan nodded his head once again. But what could this prove? Fire attribute and good cultivation talent. For a junior like you, as long as you're from the extreme south, even if you're not under my burning flame valley, I would still roughly know you. Even for those rising stars who have risen in the past 2 years, I also know the identities and names of most of them. However, none of them are compatible with you at all. That's why I'm certain that you're not from the extreme south. Hearing the old man's words, Xiao Yan immediately understood in his heart. At the same time, he was a little surprised by the wisdom of the old man in front of him. This old man looked carefree, but his mind was especially meticulous. It was likely that if one did not know him for a long time, one would be easily fooled by his appearance. Senior's words are not wrong at all. This junior admires you. Nodding his head, Xiao Yan's advancing footsteps suddenly stopped. He bowed respectfully to the old man in front of everyone. Seeing this, the old man immediately laughed out loud, attracting the attention of the surrounding crowd. After that, the old man walked up, helped Xiao Yan up with one hand, and said with a smile, "Not bad. Are you interested in joining my Burning Flame Valley? If you're willing to join, I'll immediately agree to take you as my disciple." Hearing this, Xiao Yan was stunned. When did he say that he wanted to take him as his master? Sorry, this junior already has a master. Smiling embarrassedly, Xiao Yan hurriedly cupped his hands. When the old man in front of him heard this, he could only helplessly twitch his mouth. The plan in his heart had probably failed. After a while, when Xiao Yan and the others were seated, the old man spoke again with a lazy face. I'm Xianxia. I'm the reception elder for this sect grand competition. If you have any matters, you can come and find me. After speaking, the old man turned around and left. At this time, Xiao Yan hurriedly stood up, cupped his hands, and said, "Junior, Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan, huh? Not a bad name. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the old man finally stopped his footsteps. He turned his head and smiled at Xiao Yan. After that, he left again. After Xianxia left, in the next 4 to 6 hours, people endlessly came to the plaza. After that, there were Burning Flame Valley deacons who led them to their seats. Only when more than half of the seats in the plaza were filled with people did the stone platform in the middle of the plaza slowly split open with a rumbling sound, revealing a huge plaza that was 1,000 feet in length and width. Around the plaza, there were a few huge stone pillars. Some kind of formation was inscribed on them, faintly emitting a faint golden light. After that, the Burning Flame Valley's disciples who were participating in the sect grand competition entered the plaza. After the group of elders in the elders' seats gave their old-fashioned and passionate speeches, the competition in the plaza officially began. However, Xiaoyan did not have much interest in the entire process of the competition. His gaze slowly swept across the elders' seats on the east side. Xianxia, who he had seen earlier, was also there. However, he was still unclear as to whether the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master was present. It was said that the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master was a super expert whose strength had reached the Origin Ancestor realm. However, as of now, Xiaoyan was still unable to see through the few elders in the elders' seats, let alone find the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master. Oh! As if they had sensed Xiaoyan's deliberate probing, the few elders' gazes simultaneously locked onto Xiaoyan's body. The latter was startled and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. Don't look for him. The Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master is not there. At this time, Luo Jin, who was by the side, gently shook his head and indifferently said, "Not there? Then what should I do? Didn't they say that only he has the geocentric body transformation milk? If he is not here, how can I meet him?" Hearing that the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master was not here, Xiaoyan's heart immediately tightened. If he could not meet the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master, how could he obtain the geocentric body transformation milk? Chapter 1199. Don't be anxious. I just asked a disciple of the Burning Flame Valley. Although the sect grand competition is a grand occasion for the Burning Flame Valley, the Valley Master will not attend it for the first few days. He will only officially attend it when the top 50 disciples of the Burning Flame Valley begin to fight. This can be considered as a form of spiritual encouragement for those 50 people. After hearing Xiaoyan's words, Luo Jin did not show any worry or anxiety. Instead, he told the former all the information he had obtained earlier. Rather than guessing whether the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley would attend, Luo Jin felt that taking the initiative to ask was the fastest and most effective method. Only seeing the top 50 out of 1,000 disciples. Isn't this too cruel and harsh? Luo Jin's words also brought a shock to Xiaoyan's heart. Wouldn't this kind of difference increase the disparity in the hearts of the disciples? To a sect or faction, this did not seem to be a good thing. It is indeed a little cruel. However, speaking of which, there are different differences between people. The survival of the fittest is a common thing. However, the Burning Flame Valley's way of doing things has also prompted many disciples with ordinary talent to work even harder in their cultivation. This is not only a test of their cultivation strength, it is also a test of their temperament. If one is unable to believe in oneself, how can one become a strong person? Although talent in cultivation is an innate condition, only hard work can determine the direction of everything. If one is unable to understand even this point, they are not worthy of becoming a true strong person. Although Luo Jin's words were a little rigid, they were also true. The principle itself was like this. It was just a matter of whether they could understand and persevere. Then, when the top 50 of the sect grand competition begins, the Valley Master will attend. At that time, don't be too optimistic. It is not that easy to meet the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley. Which outsider who is participating in the sect grand competition did not come for the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley? However, who would be able to meet the Valley Master so easily? After regaining his senses, Xiaoyan's hope had just risen in his heart. However, it was immediately extinguished by Luo Jin's words in the blink of an eye. Curling his lips, Xiaoyan fiercely glared at the latter. He naturally knew that this fellow had not finished speaking. It is not impossible to meet the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley. Especially in this great sect competition, it is extremely simple to meet him. As long as... At this point, Luo Jin suddenly paused. He turned his head to look at Xiaoyan with a mocking expression. As long as you are able to defeat the champion of the great school competition, at that time, there is no need for you to bring it up. The Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley will personally invite you to meet him. Even with the pride of the Burning Flame Valley, they will still be moved by a member of the younger generation who possesses sufficient strength. However, in response to Luo Jin's words, Xiao Yan was instantly speechless. He pursed his lips and finally revealed an awkward yet polite smile. His eyes swept across the entire square in a daze. Then, his gaze returned to Luo Jin. When the latter saw this, he laughed involuntarily. Ignoring the specific cultivation levels of the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley, there were no less than 10 Origin Kings among the spectators. Xiao Yan believed that he knew his own limits when facing those fellows. You don't need to be nervous. Origin Kings are not allowed to fight in a competition like this. Among all the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley, the strongest is only at late returnants. Even the outsiders who participate in the competition can only reach this level of cultivation at most. I believe that you have the confidence to deal with opponents like this. With these words, Xiao Yan's helpless emotions suddenly relaxed. If that was the case, he still had some confidence. He could not say that he could kill his opponents at the same level of cultivation, but if he did not go overboard, Xiao Yan was confident that he had a good chance of victory. After understanding this level, Xiao Yan's anxious mood also completely relaxed. His gaze once again swept across the entire open ground. His gaze paused on the few people at the front of the audience seats. After which, he once again looked at the battleground in the middle of the open ground. There was more than one battle going on in the center of the square. Although the competition had only just begun, the battles in the square were already in full swing. The sounds of intense collisions rang out one after another. The blood in the chests of all the participants had been ignited at this moment. Surging battle intent filled their hearts as powerful energy poured down like sweat. Although these battles were not high-level collisions, they still caused quite a few of the disciples and spectators of the Burning Flame Valley to feel their emotions surge. Of course, it was naturally impossible for Xiao Yan to be included among these people, and it was even more impossible for him to cause those fellows in the front row to be moved. They, who had experienced countless life and death battles, clearly understood the cruelty of a true battle in their hearts. The battle in front of them, which seemed to cause people to feel nervous, was undoubtedly no different from children playing house in their eyes. With just a casual glance, Xiao Yan was able to see the countless openings in the Burning Flame Valley's disciples, who were currently in an intense battle. If it was him, even if it was an expert at the same level of cultivation, he was confident that he would be able to defeat the other party in one strike with this kind of fighting standard. However, if all the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley were only at this level, the Burning Flame Valley would not be worthy of being called the leader of the 3 sects of the southern region. After taking a few glances, Xiao Yan's body became limp. He curled up on the chair, which was covered with a soft blanket, and closed his eyes. He had a comfortable expression as he slept. This scene was nothing in the eyes of Luo Jin and the rest. The latter's character was originally free and easy. Even if he were to sleep in such a situation, it did not seem like much. However, this caused quite a number of people in the surroundings to be stunned. Even if he did not think much of the battle in front of him, this was after all the Burning Flame Valley's territory. On account of the other party, he should at least pretend to be a little more enthusiastic. On the other hand, it was likely that there would not be a second person like Xiao Yan other than those experts at the Great Origin King level present in the front row. Don't tell me that this brat is purposely here to show off. Is he not afraid of being chased out by the other party? Hey, perhaps the other party has the strength, which is why he does not think much of their battle. Strength? If he has the ability, why doesn't he sit in the front row? Why is he hiding at the back? After the shock, Xiao Yan was naturally met with mockery and ridicule. From the way most people saw it, daring to display such a mocking attitude in the grand competition of the Burning Flame Valley was simply looking for trouble. Once someone from the Burning Flame Valley stepped forward, this fellow would undoubtedly become the best target to be punished for what he had done in the past. Chapter 1200. As time passed, when the first day had passed, Nearly a quarter of the participating disciples had been eliminated. This speed was already considered extremely fast. After all, under the premise that most of the participants were experts of the same level, the speed and efficiency of the battle could be increased so quickly. From this point alone, it was enough to prove that the disciples who had successfully advanced had a certain level of strength. No matter what their strength was in the eyes of true experts, at the very least, the strength and methods they had displayed on the battlefield right now was enough for them to receive countless cheers and cheers from below the stage. Everyone was different, and there were differences between levels. Being able to defeat their opponents in a short amount of time, even if it was just a little, was enough to make people look at them in a new light. As time went on, the battles on the battlefield became more and more intense. Elbows and fists collided, and the sounds of battle were as dense as raindrops. Even the stone platform that was originally unaffected began to tremble slightly. At this point, even a few Returnance experts could not help but secretly nod at the intense battles. Just the fact that they had gained the recognition of a Returnance expert was enough to prove just how powerful they were. "Sir, we are currently in the middle of the sect competition of our Burning Flame Valley. Your actions don't seem too appropriate." It was also at this moment that an envoy of the Burning Flame Valley who had been staring at Xiaoyan for who knew how long finally walked over. He planned on waking up Xiaoyan, who seemed to be unaware of what was going on. If it were not for the fact that Xianxia had chatted with the young man a few days ago and that Xianxia seemed to have a good impression of him, the envoy probably would have woken him up a long time ago. Only when he saw that Xiaoyan did not seem like he was going to wake up did he involuntarily step forward and speak up. "This brat seems to be called Xiaoyan. Does he really think he's something just because he spoke a few words with Elder Xianxia a few days ago? Does he really think he's something?" The envoy of the Burning Flame Valley could not help but curse inside when he saw that Xiaoyan did not respond after gently calling out. The smile on his face gradually disappeared as well. He extended a hand and planned on waking Xiaoyan up. Almost at the same time, the gazes of Luo Jin, the little fairy doctor, and the others in the surroundings landed on the envoy in the blink of an eye. The deacon's actions paused for a moment when he sensed the gazes that contained a dense coldness. Soon after, he coldly laughed in his heart. They were merely a few origin transformation brats. They were not worthy of his attention. An instant later, the deacon's hand grabbed Xiaoyan's collar. Disturbing someone's sleep without permission is not a good habit. However, it was also at this moment that a calm and indifferent voice suddenly drifted out from the mouth of the originally sleeping Xiaoyan. At the same time, the envoy's hand was firmly locked down by a force that he could not break free from. "This guy." The envoy was shocked. The deacon's heart was suddenly startled. His eyes instantly shrunk. He clenched his teeth and tried to withdraw his hand. However, he was gently shaken by Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's hand, which was restraining the deacon's wrist, shook gently. An extremely powerful force immediately poured into the deacon's body. At the same time that the deacon was forced back, it caused his throat to emit a muffled groan. Immediately, a piercing sound was heard and the robe on his upper body was instantly shattered by that force. What brutal force! The eyes of a few Returnance experts in the crowd immediately narrowed at the sight of this. They all thought the same thing. A casual attack had actually knocked back a Returnance envoy from the Burning Flame Valley and even reduced him to such a horrible state. Even if the attack from before seemed a little shameless, it was enough to prove that the black-robed young man who had leisurely stood up from his chair was extraordinary. God damn it, brat. Having been reduced to such a miserable state by a person from outside the sect in front of so many people, the deacon could no longer maintain his face. He cursed softly as the Genesis chi within his body swiftly surged out. With a move of his feet, he had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan and sent a palm smashing down. Xiaoyan's sharp agility and the speed at which he attacked immediately attracted the attention of most of the people present. Even quite a number of spectators, who were originally paying attention to the competition between the Burning Flame Valley's disciples in the middle of the stadium, had their gazes attracted by the activity on Xiaoyan's side. The swift palm arrived above Xiaoyan's head in the blink of an eye. The whistling wind landed directly on his head, and the invisible space was easily torn apart by the force. The sharp sonic boom made Xiao Yan frown slightly. This was not a good feeling. Soon after, however, Xiao Yan's body twisted slightly the moment the palm hacked down. It was as though space itself had been distorted. He used an extremely strange posture to easily dodge the palm that was hacking down. The position where he dodged was coincidentally outside the attacking range of the wind that the palm had agglomerated. Just as everyone's eyes revealed a surprised expression, Xiao Yan flipped his hand and smashed the deacon's chest with the back of his hand. The powerful force instantly sent the deacon's body flying. Although it would not cause any serious injuries, it would definitely cause him to make a fool of himself based on the current situation. Uproar! The appearance of this scene not only shocked all the spectators present, but even some of the other deacons and elders from the Burning Flame Valley in the viewing gallery had their gazes attracted by this palm of Xiao Yan's. Isn't this brat a little too arrogant? Anger immediately appeared on the faces of the other envoys when they saw this scene. Just as they were about to step forward, they were stopped by a young man who had unknowingly darted out from the crowd. Wuxia has already become like this. What's the use of you going up? Regardless of whether you are a match for him, you will only become the laughingstock of others. Let me go. The words of the young man had just left his mouth when the few envoys who wanted to refute were instantly stuffed into their mouths. Seeing the person in front of them, even some of the elders in the sect had to give him some face, much less them, the envoys. Hearing the young man's words, the few of them ultimately withdrew with their hearts filled with unwillingness. The young man directly walked forward. Not only was there no enmity in his eyes, the corners of his mouth contained a mocking smile as he faced Xiao Yan directly. Wuxia at this moment climbed up from the pile of shattered stone chairs in a miserable manner. Just as he was about to attack again, a young man's figure suddenly blocked his front and pushed him to the back. The young man faced Xiao Yan, smiled, cupped his hands together and said, "This friend, the matter just now was due to my Burning Flame Valley's incompetence. I am Qin Yan. I will apologize to you on behalf of him." Chapter 1201. Qin Yan. Qin Yan? He's Qin Yan? It's said that there's an extremely talented disciple among the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley this year. Not only has he reached late returnance at such a young age, but his grasp and usage of the Force of Ways is rather impressive as well. In the selection competition of the sect, this guy defeated many opponents of the same level all by himself, leaping to become the strongest among the younger generation. This kid is even the strongest contender for first place in this year's competition. After the young man reported his identity, some people in the surrounding spectators immediately revealed his identity. Many people in the outside world knew about this extremely outstanding disciple of the Burning Flame Valley long ago, but they had never seen him before. Now that they had seen him today, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. Even the Origin Kings at the front of the spectators' stands cast their gazes over. From the looks of it, it was not just the returnance experts. Even they paid close attention to the young man called Qin Yan. It was normal for Qin Yan to receive such treatment after becoming the strongest among the younger generation of the Burning Flame Valley. Let alone these outsiders, even many of the elders in the Burning Flame Valley valued him greatly. They had even begun to treat him as the future successor of the Burning Flame Valley. Xiao Yan immediately understood the identity of the young man before him when he heard the exclamations from the surrounding crowd. He did not dare to underestimate Qin Yan at all after hearing about his astonishing accomplishments. Being able to consecutively defeat a couple of opponents of the same level indicated that this Qin Yan in front of him possessed a fighting strength that far exceeded his own cultivation. When faced with such a person, especially when the other party's cultivation exceeded his own, even Xiao Yan needed to be 120% alert. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and stared at Qin Yan, who was smiling politely in front of him. His gaze sized up Qin Yan before he learned the other party's gesture and cupped his hands together in a courteous manner. "You're too polite. I was in the wrong earlier as well, so I hope you can forgive me." Wuxia curled his lips furiously when he heard this. However, he was unable to say anything else. With Qin Yan beside him, he could only obediently hold back his resentment. Qin Yan also glanced at the latter from the corner of his eyes. Immediately he smiled faintly and said, "Seeing that Mr. Xiao Yan's attack just now was quite sharp, I wonder if Mr. is interested in participating in this sect grand competition? From what I know, the jade token in Mr. Xiao Yan's hand seems to be Gung 24. With this number, you can challenge any disciple ranked after 500 in our sect. I'm more interested in the people ranked before 500. Xiao Yan smiled slightly when he heard Qin Yan's words, which seemed to have a hidden meaning, and rebutted him. The smile on the latter's face immediately became even denser when he saw this. Only those deacons from the Burning Flame Valley had furious expressions. These words of Xiao Yan were clearly hinting that their Burning Flame Valley's disciples were weak and did not have the qualification to be his opponent. In that case, Mr. Xiao Yan has agreed to participate in our Burning Flame Valley's sect grand competition. Since this is the case, I really look forward to meeting you in the arena." Quite a number of people immediately turned their gazes toward Xiao Yan when these words were uttered. These words of Qin Yan were an open challenge. If Xiao Yan did not accept it in front of so many people, not only would he lose face, he would also be ridiculed and discussed by the people in the viewing gallery. The words that he had said earlier would naturally be used to slap his face. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was also extremely clear about this point. The other party's goal was very clear. Either he agreed to fight with him or he would eat the words that he had said earlier. In the end, the person who would lose face would still be him. This action of Qin Yan had the intention of threatening him. "All right, I'll see you in the arena." Without much hesitation, Xiao Yan smiled slightly and agreed. The latter's face was filled with a satisfied smile when he saw this. At this moment, the surrounding observers once again threw their gazes onto Xiao Yan. However, this time around, there was an additional pity and ridicule in their eyes. Qin Yan was the strongest among the younger generation of the Burning Flame Valley. His battle prowess was extraordinary. Even some of the envoys of the Burning Flame Valley were not his opponent, so how could Xiao Yan, an early returnance expert, be his opponent? From the looks of it, the outcome was extremely clear even though the two of them had yet to formally engage in battle. Needless to say, Qin Yan's victory was going to be added to the list of victories. This Xiao Yan really doesn't know his limits. Does he really think he's something just because he has some tricks up his sleeve? Qin Yan has even defeated quite a few envoys in the valley. He has challenged many of them before, so all the envoys in the valley have probably been defeated by him now. He's just asking to be humiliated with just an early returnance cultivator. What a reckless brat. Why don't we deal with him instead of Senior Qin Yan personally? He's not worthy of being Senior Qin Yan's opponent. While the spectators in the viewing gallery were discussing with one another, quite a number of Burning Flame Valley's disciples who had witnessed this scene also began to discuss with one another. Their words were filled with disdain and ridicule toward Xiao Yan. There were even quite a number of people who threw gazes that were filled with enmity toward Xiao Yan. This also indirectly proved that these disciples had a sense of belonging to the Burning Flame Valley. This kind of invisible energy was the key factor that allowed a faction to become increasingly powerful. At the same time, Xiao Yan and Qin Yan exchanged a couple of courteous words with each other in the viewing gallery before the latter intended to leave. After all, the grand competition of the sect was currently in progress. As a participating disciple, he could not possibly continue to stay here. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Xiao Yan suddenly spoke and stopped him. "Brother Qin Yan, can you stay for a while? Is there anything else, Mr. Xiao Yan?" Qin Yan frowned slightly when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He was involuntarily a little surprised in his heart. Since the matter had already been decided, why did Xiao Yan call out to him at this moment? "Cuckoo, it is not a big matter. However, look at our seats. Although that deacon's palm did not injure anyone, my and my companions' seats have been destroyed. I think that the Burning Flame Valley will not allow guests like us to stand here and watch the competition, right?" Qin Yan was startled when he heard these words. He immediately recovered and frowned as he looked at the stone chair in front of him that had already been destroyed. His gaze swiftly swept over the entire stadium, only to discover that other than the first row of seats in the viewing gallery, the other places were all occupied by spectators from outside. If Xiao Yan's group wanted to change seats at this moment, it was likely that Qin Yan hesitated for a couple of seconds. Only then did he once again look at Xiao Yan's group. He cupped his hands together and said, "I'm sorry. Since this is the case, the few of you should sit in the first row." Chapter 1202. How can this be? This is the rule. The first row has always been a place where only the esteemed guests of my Burning Flame Valley can sit. Their strength has to be at least at the Origin King level. With just these few people, we can just change the chairs if they break. What right do they have to sit in the first row? The expressions of the few Burning Flame Valley deacons around him instantly changed when Qin Yan uttered these words. Even they had to treat the guests seated in the first row with respect. However, Xiao Yan had clearly injured one of the Burning Flame Valley's deacons earlier. They were already being magnanimous by not chasing him out. How could they allow him to sit in the first row now? It's only right to apologize if you've done something wrong. Right now, I'm saying that Mr. Xiao Yan and the others can sit in the first row. Do you have any objections? Qin Yan suddenly turned around as soon as the envoys had spoken. His sharp gaze immediately locked onto them. His eyes were filled with an irrefutable feeling. But there's no need for buts. Just do as Qin Yan says. Just as those few deacons wanted to argue a little more, Xianhua's voice was suddenly transmitted from the elders' seats on the opposite side of the viewing gallery. When the few of them saw this, the words that were about to reach their mouths were hurriedly swallowed back. They clenched their teeth and finally respectfully bowed and responded. Their hearts were filled with hidden bitterness as they invited Xiao Yan and the others to the seats in the first row. Xiao Yan's group immediately became the focus of attention the moment they sat down. Forget about this conspicuous position, just what Xiao Yan had done earlier had already stirred the curiosity of quite a number of people present. Even those experts at the Origin class would occasionally pay attention to Xiao Yan's group. This was especially the case when their eyes landed on Xiao Yan. An additional surprised expression would appear in their eyes. Even though he was only an early returnant's brat, they discovered to their surprise that there seemed to be a layer of hazy mist on the surface of Xiao Yan's body when they wanted to investigate him closely. It completely blocked their senses. Even though they were Origin Kings, they were still unable to see through the black-robed young man before them. It was not only the guests who felt that way. Even many of the Burning Flame Valley's elders who were seated in the elders' seating area had shocked expressions on their faces. Of course, although there were quite a few people like that, not all of them were unable to see the depth of the situation. After this small interlude with Xiao Yan's group, the competition in the arena continued. The selection process of the individual battles continued for a total of 3 days. It was not until the evening of the third day that the first round of the selection officially ended. The original 1,000 participants had now been reduced by more than half. On the fourth day, the second round of selection officially began. Without a doubt, the second round of selection was even faster than the first. The remaining 400 or so disciples would undergo a large selection. All of the disciples would gather in one place and engage in a chaotic battle. As long as all of the opponents were defeated or their opponents admitted defeat, the remaining 50 people would successfully enter the next round of the competition. At the same time, they would be personally met by the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley. This round of selection was, without a doubt, the key to their glory. It could even affect their future. At the same time, the severity of this round of selection was unquestionable. Accompanied by a huge rumbling sound, the huge square actually slowly protruded towards the ground. The entire auditorium trembled slightly at this moment. Everyone who was unfamiliar with this scene immediately revealed a look of panic on their faces. A few minutes later, when the edge of the stone platform was about 10 feet away from the ground, the entire stone platform slowly stabilized. Soon after, the Burning Flame Valley's disciples around the viewing gallery, who had already prepared for this moment, immediately turned into numerous rays of light. Their bodies were covered in bright red flames as they rushed onto the stone platform like meteors. Such a scene could be said to be breathtaking. Xiao Yan had also noticed Qin Yan among those disciples. Of course, Xiao Yan was not the only one who had noticed him. As the main focus of the Burning Flame Valley's grand competition this time around, His actions on the stage would undoubtedly attract the attention of everyone below the stage. After all the remaining disciples had entered the arena, the formation carved on the surrounding stone pillars in the huge square was activated. A golden-colored light barrier swiftly rose into the sky and covered the entire selection square. After the formation was completely activated, a white-robed Burning Flame Valley's elders slowly floated into the air above the square. A pair of turbid old eyes slowly swept over everyone in the viewing gallery below. His gaze paused for a moment when it swept over some people in the first row and Xiao Yan's group. Only then did he slowly open his mouth. His old voice was softly spat out and reverberated beside everyone's ears. The rules of the second round of the selection are the same as before. Now let us officially begin. As his voice faded, all the disciples in the middle of the square instantly released the Genesis Chi within their bodies. They used different methods to form various armor or weapons. While they swiftly pulled apart the distance between each other, numerous gazes cautiously scanned each other. The atmosphere in the square gradually tensed. No one took the initiative to attack, and no one calmly waited. Everyone clearly understood just how harsh and cruel this selection was. Once they attacked, they had to guarantee that they would defeat their opponent. Otherwise, they would likely be blasted out of the battle in the next second. Other than a portion of the younger generation members who had already made a name for themselves in the Burning Flame Valley, the rest of the people who had successfully advanced to the second round of the selection naturally possessed extraordinary battle power. Once a battle erupted between these people, it would naturally attract the attention of others. As for Xiao Yan, he naturally focused all of his attention on Qin Yan. Ever since he became aware of the latter's battle achievements, Xiao Yan's heart had become a little more wary of Qin Yan. Being able to stand out from 1,000 people and even make the Burning Flame Valley's elder give in to him was already sufficient to prove his strength. In the face of such an opponent, Zhou Yuan could not afford to be the slightest bit careless. Although Qin Yan was also present in the square, he was different from most people. No one dared to approach within 100 feet of him. This invisible deterrent force seemed to have formed a special battleground. The latter also obediently stayed at his spot, not moving at all. It was as if he was waiting for his prey to come knocking on his door. This fellow is quite an interesting person. Xiao Yan could not help but softly chuckle upon seeing this scene. To be able to create such a deterrent force amongst those of the same generation, one must admit that Qin Yan was indeed quite capable. Clang! Just as Xiao Yan was focusing all of his attention on Qin Yan, the tense atmosphere in the square was finally broken by someone first. The sharp sword in his hand was especially tricky as it ruthlessly pierced toward the person who was also holding a weapon closest to him. Although it was a sudden attack, the minds of everyone in the square were in a tense state at this moment. The moment this person attacked, the other people in the square immediately sensed it. Even the person who was attacked also swiftly turned around. The weapon in his hand slashed behind him without any hesitation. The other people in the surroundings also completely erupted the moment these two people attacked. Chapter 1203. When the originally tense atmosphere in the plaza was completely torn apart, an intense clash unfolded. Genesis Chi shot out in all directions, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Blade light and sword shadows swept across the plaza like raindrops, the aftershocks of the collisions causing the array that enveloped the plaza to violently shake. Flames soared into the sky, giving off a majestic aura. It was not long before a dozen or so participants were knocked out of the arena. Although they did not suffer any serious injuries, they had lost the right to continue participating in the competition. However, although the entire plaza was exceptionally chaotic, there was still one place that appeared particularly calm. It was where Qin Yan was. With regards to this fellow who had consecutively defeated quite a number of experts of the same level, no one present dared to easily clash with him. Hence, at this moment, there was still a relatively spacious area around Qin Yan. This situation only lasted for 2 hours after the start of the second round. After 2 hours, the number of people in the plaza had been reduced by nearly half, while the battles between the remaining 300 participants gradually slowed down. No one dared to recklessly clash against each other. Wasting one's Genesis chi and stamina would only give the latecomers more opportunities. The key to victory was to play it safe. However, there were always some exceptions. While everyone was cautiously looking at each other, one of these individuals stealthily arrived behind Qin Yan. Although his back was still facing the ladder and he pretended to be oblivious, the corner of his eyes had already locked onto Qin Yan. Even if he wasn't completely confident, judging from the current situation, only Qin Yan's defense was the most lax. If he could take this opportunity to force Qin Yan off the stage, then he would be able to shine brightly among the younger generation of this year. Although no one said it out loud, practically every participating disciple knew that the champion of this sect grand competition had already been decided. If he was not forced off the stage, no one present would have a chance. Instead of fighting for the second and third positions, why not try to snatch first place from him? However, several people in the plaza had already noticed this seemingly obscure little action. They merely sneered in their hearts before ignoring it. Even several people in the spectator stands looked at the disciple who was stealthily approaching Qin Yan with disdain. I didn't expect such a pure person to appear in this kind of competition. Besides Xiao Yan, Luo Jin could not help but want to laugh as he observed the situation in the arena. At this moment, Qin Yan appeared to be resting with his eyes closed. However, anyone with a brain would be able to guess that the latter was definitely monitoring the situation in the arena at all times. This included Xiao Yan. He had already clearly sensed that while he was monitoring the latter, Qin Yan was also clearly monitoring him. Such blatant behavior on the field was no different from courting death. The more one underestimated one's opponent at a critical juncture, the more one would bury oneself. Unfortunately, this disciple of the Burning Flame Valley did not seem to understand this logic. Shua! Finally, when the disciple was less than 50 feet away from Qin Yan, he suddenly turned around and stomped heavily on the ground. His figure instantly appeared behind Qin Yan like an arrow leaving the bow. He aimed a punch at Qin Yan's back and smashed it down. However, what was strange was that even though this disciple's fist was only a few inches away from Qin Yan, the latter's body did not move at all. What frightening speed! Almost at the same time, Xiao Yan, who was in the viewing gallery, involuntarily spat out these words. Just as Luo Jin by the side knit his brows and nodded, that disciple was shocked to see that his fist had actually penetrated Qin Yan's body without any obstruction. In an instant, the disciple's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip as incomparable shock immediately surfaced in his heart. This is an afterimage. Correct. I'll reward you. While the disciple was crying out in surprise, Qin Yan's calm laughter was suddenly transmitted into his ears. Get off the stage. Immediately after, a warm hand gently pressed against the disciple's chest. With a gentle push, the disciple's body immediately uncontrollably shot backwards. By the time he stabilized his body, he discovered that he had already appeared outside the arena. This guy's control of his power is extremely precise. Although he sent his opponent flying with a single palm, it was not enough to injure him. His control of Genesis Chi is likely something that even I cannot compare to. On the viewing platform, Xiao Yan's heart abruptly tightened when he saw this scene. Qin Yan's performance was extremely powerful in both speed and control of his power. Such an opponent was really not easy to deal with. After easily finishing off one of his opponents, Qin Yan turned his head to look at the others in the arena. Several of the fellows that were originally planning to attack him stopped one after another and did their best to retreat. Even some of the stronger individuals in the arena cautiously stared at Qin Yan. Compared to the others, they had a more thorough understanding of Qin Yan's strength. It was precisely because of this that they didn't take the initiative to look for trouble with Qin Yan from the beginning until the end, because they didn't want to be eliminated before the third round began. Qin Yan did not express much in the face of the people who were withdrawing. His gaze swept over all the remaining people in the open ground. After which, he purposely looked at Xiao Yan in the viewing gallery outside of the arena. The eyes of the two people made contact and appeared to be opposing each other. The invisible empty space began to distort because of this. Soon after, Qin Yan withdrew his gaze and looked towards the 300 individuals before him again as he slowly said, Based on my earlier observations, I have already chosen those amongst you who can stay. The expressions of all the disciples in the arena immediately changed. Could it be that Qin Yan had already made arrangements for them to stay? Wasn't this a little too overbearing? While everyone's expressions changed, a ball of flame suddenly rose above the heads of some of the people in the arena. Now, those who have a flame above their heads can continue to stay in the arena. As for the rest, you can leave. Qin Yan said faintly as if he was the only master in the arena. This immediately caused the faces of those disciples who did not have a flame above their heads to turn gloomy. Damn it, what right do you have to decide whether we stay or leave? Based on the fact that your strength is inferior to theirs. Qin Yan lifted his eyelids slightly and still looked as if he did not care. Based on his previous observations, among the people in front of him, whether it was in terms of combat strength, combat experience, or reaction speed, the people he had selected were undoubtedly the best. There was no need for him to continue. In this situation, even if he continued, the people he had selected would still remain on the field. He was only helping them to be the first to be selected. We will only know if we are their opponents after we fight. Based on what you have said, we are inferior to theirs. Based on the fact that I am stronger than all of you. Qin Yan's expression did not change in the slightest in the face of these disciples' rebuke. He merely spoke a sentence in an indifferent manner. In the next instant, his body instantly disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already appeared in front of the person who had spoken earlier. A sharp palm wind blew past his face. His entire face instantly turned ghastly white. A deep fear suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart without any explanation. Subsequently, without waiting for Qin Yan to say anything, he left the arena with a lifeless face. Other than a small number of people, some people also gritted their teeth and left helplessly. As for the remaining small number of people, after a helpless struggle for a long time, they were indeed placed in the hands of those opponents that ordinary people did not think highly of. At the last moment, only 50 people, including Qin Yan, were left on the arena. Chapter 1204. Due to Qin Yan, the second round of the selection process only lasted for less than 4 hours. Although there was still a lot of time left, the third round of the finals had already been scheduled for the day after tomorrow. In other words, there would be at least 1.5 days for them to roam around the Burning Flame Valley. Although the elders of the Burning Flame Valley felt somewhat helpless with regards to this, there was no other way to delay things since things had already developed to this point. No one had expected that Qin Yan would actually be so overbearing. He had actually changed the entire process of the grand competition by himself. However, this also indirectly proved Qin Yan's ability. After all, such frightening observation ability was not something that everyone possessed. Soon after, Xiao Yan's group also returned to the pavilion that the Burning Flame Valley had already prepared for them. Quite a number of people outside involuntarily cast envious gazes at them when they saw them enter the pavilion. The pavilion that Xiao Yan's group stayed in was different from the majority. Logically speaking, the pavilion that they stayed in was usually only occupied by a group that possessed an expert at the advanced level of King Yuan. A group that was weaker than King Yuan could only stay in an ordinary courtyard with a poorer environment. Helplessly, this was how the world was. The disparity in strength led to the different treatment that they faced. There would never be so-called fairness in this world. The various grades and ranks were the most complete explanation for this world. As for Xiao Yan's group, they had also been invited here due to the previous matter. However, Xiao Yan believed that Qin Yan should have deliberately arranged for this to happen. This Qin Yan is really not an ordinary person. He is actually able to clearly see the most elite amongst the disciples while monitoring us. He actually managed to forcefully end the second round of the selection by himself. Most importantly, the elders of the Burning Flame Valley had actually tacitly approved of his methods. From the looks of it, they have very high expectations of Qin Yan. After entering the door and waiting for everyone to take their seats, the little fairy doctor went to serve everyone tea. On the other hand, Luo Jin and Bai Hua had already started to discuss what had happened earlier. Their words were full of praise for Qin Yan, causing Zhou Tai and the rest to nod their heads repeatedly. Just now, when that fellow released that flame, even I felt a trace of threat from it. Could it be that he also possesses a heavenly flame? The giant ape frowned. When Qin Yan had released the flame in his body earlier, he had felt an extremely clear pressure. Although he could not be sure if it was a heavenly flame, it still made him feel extremely fearful. No, it's not a heavenly flame, nor is it any kind of beast flame. Based on my observations, it should be the Grand Tao that he grasped, the Grand Tao of fire. Xiao Yan by the side gently shook his head when he heard this. He received the tea that the little fairy doctor handed over with one hand and slowly spoke. Great Tao of fire. After Xiao Yan said this, the expressions of the few people present changed instantly. The Great Tao of fire was known to have the strongest offensive power among all the Great Tao powers. Once one mastered the Great Tao of fire, one's overall combat strength would be greatly increased. Moreover, among opponents of the same attribute, if the opponent did not have a sufficiently powerful Great Tao power, then the Great Tao of fire would have a great suppressive effect on the latter's flames. No wonder it is difficult for this fellow to find an opponent among the younger generation of the Burning Flame Valley. So there was actually such a reason. However, no matter what, there is no need to doubt his insight and combat strength. The Great Tao power is only one aspect of his strength. If he did not have a sufficiently strong strength, the upper echelons of the Burning Flame Valley would not value him so much. After speaking until this point, the others also nodded in agreement. Each of them incomparably praised Qin Yan in their hearts. Only the fairy doctor's face was still filled with confidence when she looked at Xiao Yan. She believed that Xiao Yan, who possessed the heavenly flame, would definitely not be afraid of Qin Yan's Great Tao power. Although the Great Tao power was powerful, it was still quite inferior in front of the heavenly flame. Moreover, the person that Qin Yan was facing was Xiao Yan. However, at this moment, a large group of Burning Flame Valley's disciples arrived from outside the pavilion. Countless gazes gathered at the pavilion that Xiao Yan and the others were in. Xiao Yan, Burning Flame Valley's disciple, Zhang Yanhao, has come to challenge you. Burning Flame Valley's disciple, Shenghua, challenges you. Burning Flame Valley's disciple. Before the people arrived, continuous shouts were already transmitted over. Quite a number of spectators in the surroundings were also alarmed by the commotion of this group of people. Immediately, quite a number of people leaped onto the roof. Numerous gazes swiftly gathered over. I did not expect that there would be a good show to watch right after the end of the second round of selection. Moreover, from the looks of it, these Burning Flame Valley's disciples have all come for Xiao Yan. They must be using this opportunity to find trouble with him. If he cannot even deal with these ordinary disciples, this Xiao Yan naturally does not have the qualifications to be Qin Yan's opponent. Seeing this scene in front of them, everyone immediately began to discuss. Their gazes would occasionally look at the pavilion that Xiao Yan and the others were in. Their eyes contained contempt. The other party has already killed his way to their door. They actually do not even dare to open the door. Don't tell me that they are afraid. He is only seeking his own humiliation. Who asked him to be so arrogant in front of so many people? In the end, he is still the one who is being blamed. Creak. Just as the discussion became increasingly louder, the door of the pavilion that was tightly shut in front of the group of Burning Flame Valley's disciples was slowly opened. Immediately, everyone outside the door was completely silent. After which, Xiao Yan led Luo Jin and the others out of the door with light footsteps. Seeing that so many Burning Flame Valley's disciples had come to create trouble, Xiao Yan's gaze swept all around him. A glint flashed across his eyes. It was indeed as he had expected. The Burning Flame Valley did not dispatch any deacons or elders to manage this. From the looks of it, those fellows were willing to tacitly approve of the troublemaking actions of these disciples. Otherwise, they would not dare to come to his door with such great fanfare. Under the perception of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, there were clearly a couple of quite strong auras monitoring this place at a certain spot outside of the pavilion that they were staying in. From the looks of it, those fellows also had the mentality of watching a show. Are you trying to probe my strength? Xiao Yan smiled slightly. His gaze exchanged glances with Luo Jin and the others by the side. Only then did he look at the group of Burning Flame Valley's disciples in front of him. Since everyone thinks so highly of me and there are so many spectators, it would be somewhat unreasonable if I do not accept your challenge. Since that is the case, before his voice sounded, the tip of Xiaoyan's feet gently pressed on the ground. His body immediately flew forward and landed on the ground in front of the door. This shocked the group of Burning Flame Valley's disciples in front of him until they retreated one after another. The former curled his mouth and smiled when he saw this. He clenched his hand and an enormous black ruler immediately landed in his hand. The tip of the ruler landed on the ground and Xiaoyan's body suddenly turned. He actually drew an enormous circle with a radius of less than 10 feet on the ground. It is too much of a waste of time to defeat all of you one by one. This circle shall do. As long as I leave this circle, it will be considered my loss. Chapter 1205. Hua! Xiaoyan's words immediately shocked everyone when they were uttered. These words of his were really looking down on the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley. Although the people standing in front of him at this moment were not disciples with extremely strong cultivations, they were basically all experts at the origin transformation stage and above. With just him alone, regardless of how great his fighting strength was, it was impossible for him to stand in this circle and fight with this group of a few hundred people from the beginning to the end. Isn't this brat a little too arrogant to say such words in public? I'd like to see how he'll deal with this once he loses. Hi, he's just a brat. It's good for him to suffer a little and gain some experience. Luckily, this is the territory of the Burning Flame Valley. No matter what happens, no one will die. This can be considered a lesson for him when he travels the continent in the future. The fellows who were watching the show naturally had mocking smiles on their faces when they heard Xiaoyan's words. As they laughed and chatted with one another, they did not take Xiaoyan's words to heart at all. On the other hand, a few old men and Qin Yan who were in a pavilion far away could not help but reveal surprised smiles at this moment. This Xiaoyan is a little arrogant. Qin Yan, he is not inferior to you at all. This disciple understands. Although Xiaoyan is arrogant, he has the qualifications to be arrogant. Among all the disciples and challengers in this grand assembly, he will be my greatest opponent. Qin Yan respectfully nodded his head when he heard the words of the old man in front of him. At the same time, he informed the old man of his judgment after observing for the past few days. Yes, he will be an extremely challenging opponent for you in the future. However, this is also good. It will definitely be beneficial to your future. The old man gently nodded his head. He raised his gaze and looked at Xiaoyan through the gaps between countless pavilions. Heavenly Flame. Valley Master, this child might become the greatest assistance to our Burning Flame Valley. At the same time, the faces of countless disciples of the Burning Flame Valley in front of Xiaoyan immediately darkened when they heard Xiaoyan's words. He actually dared to face them with such an arrogant attitude. The Xiaoyan in front of them was the first one in so many years. Brat, you actually dare to speak such arrogant words. See if I don't beat you down today. At the same time that the furious roar sounded, a human figure immediately shot out from the front of the crowd. A powerful flame immediately adhered to the surface of his body. Both of his hands were tightly clenched into fists. A firm and fierce strength swiftly agglomerated in his palm. In the blink of an eye, the human figure had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. He waved his fist and violently smashed it toward Xiaoyan's head. His manner of wanting to knock down the person in front of him with one punch appeared extremely firm and fierce. His Genesis Qi is not dense enough. His aura is shallow and his circulation is slow. His speed is also too slow. This won't do. However, in the face of such a sharp attack from this disciple, Xiaoyan merely shook his head in a neither hurried nor slow manner. He gave a faint evaluation. Only then did he slowly raise his hand. The white palm imprint appeared to have casually landed on the chest of the human figure in front of him. After which, his palm shook gently and an extremely thick strength immediately erupted. The human figure, which was charging forward, immediately paused in midair. Immediately following this, a bang sounded and his body flew out uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to the crowd. However, the latter appeared to be in a much more miserable state at this moment. Damn it again! That human figure stood up and roared unwillingly. His body was about to step forward when Xiaoyan slowly raised a finger, waved it gently, and said, "Don't be so arrogant. No, you've already left the circle." Upon hearing these words, the disciple returned to his senses and looked at his feet. He was currently several feet away from the circle Xiaoyan had drawn. According to the rules that Xiaoyan had mentioned earlier, he had already lost the qualifications to continue challenging. Damn it! I don't care what lousy rules you have. Flustered and exasperated, the disciple no longer cared about anything else. His figure charged forward again, intending to continue. Bizizi. Soon after, however, before he could approach Xiaoyan's body, the latter's body suddenly shook. An extremely powerful overbearing aura swept out from Xiaoyan's body, transforming into an invisible strength that forcefully shook that disciple's charging body until it came to a halt. You've already lost. Xiaoyan's stern gaze casually glanced at the disciple before him. Soon after, he shouted towards the remaining disciples behind him. The crowd immediately stirred. It was a long while later before someone stood up again. His body jerked as Genesis Chi immediately gushed out from his body. After making all the necessary preparations, he moved again, arriving in front of Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. Flames flashed in his hands as scarlet-red fire Genesis Chi immediately solidified into a pair of gauntlets that wrapped around his hands. Fists flashed as they viciously smashed towards Xiaoyan like a meteor shower. The hot wind from the fists pounced toward Xiaoyan's face. The firm and fierce strength did not let go of any joint or corner of Xiaoyan's body. If it was an ordinary person, they would only be able to dodge such a sharp and concentrated attack. Unfortunately, the person they were facing now was Xiaoyan. Not bad, your power is sufficient, but your speed is too slow. Faced with the attack of this disciple in front of him, Xiaoyan's feet touched the ground. His body twisted in all directions, and he actually relied on an extremely strange technique to dodge all of the fist imprints that came flying toward him. Finally, under the shocked gaze of this disciple, Xiaoyan's palm once again imprinted itself on his chest. With a gentle push, the human figure immediately took a couple of steps back. Although he was not injured, he was already standing outside of the circle. I've lost. Although he was somewhat unwilling, the disciple still gritted his teeth and cupped his fists together towards Xiaoyan, before quietly withdrawing. Compared to the previous person, although he was unwilling to admit defeat in his heart, he also knew that excessive struggle would be useless. In fact, it would even bring shame to the Burning Flame Valley. Hence, he chose to quietly withdraw. Next. I'm Meng Hong. I've come to challenge you. As soon as Xiaoyan finished speaking, another figure charged over. His speed caused the surrounding spectators to cry out. Even the speed at which he attacked was much faster than the previous two. Most importantly, this person's cultivation had reached the early returnance realm, making him an opponent on the same level as Xiaoyan. Flame Star Hammer, Astral Waterfall. Back off. This time around, it was different from before. This fellow called Meng Ming had used his best Do skill the moment he attacked. From the looks of it, he had also seen just how strong Xiaoyan's individual combat ability was. It was difficult for him to rely on a simple attack to defeat Xiaoyan. Hence, he decided to use his Do skill, intending to determine the victor with one strike. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan still maintained an indifferent manner. His face was calm as he stood in the same spot. Both of his hands were placed behind him. His aura was completely withdrawn into his body. A thought passed through his heart and a faint golden glow gradually covered his entire body. From the looks of it, he was actually planning to forcefully receive this attack. Chapter 1206. This fellow, has he gone crazy? Even if he is confident in his extraordinary fighting strength, it is impossible for him to simply ignore the Do skill that is being used by an opponent of the same level as him. Xiaoyan, what exactly is he planning to do? Not to mention the surrounding audience, even the few elders in the distance and Qin Yan, who was watching this scene, also revealed shocked expressions on their faces. What is this Xiaoyan planning to do? Don't tell me that he is really planning to forcefully receive this attack from Meng Hong? Although Meng Hong's cultivation and fighting strength cannot be considered top-notch within our valley, he still possesses an extremely strong fighting strength. This time around, he seems to be one of the people that Qin Yan has chosen. This Xiao Yan actually dares to openly receive an attack from him. Either he already has a trump card, or this brat is purposely being arrogant. Now, he is unable to continue pretending. In the pavilion, the few elders from the Burning Flame Valley were discussing the current situation on Xiao Yan's side. They were really unable to believe that Xiao Yan actually dared to display such an arrogant attitude when facing an opponent of the same level. Was this not clearly seeking death? Qin Yan, what do you think? The elder standing in front of Qin Yan did not express his opinion in this regard. Instead, he handed this question to Qin Yan beside him. He wanted to know Qin Yan's opinion of Xiao Yan. From what this disciple sees, Xiao Yan should be quite confident. The layer of golden light agglomerated on the surface of his body should be some kind of rare dose skill. He plans to use this to block this attack from Meng Hong. I think that there should not be much of a problem. Qin Yan's gaze carefully studied Xiao Yan's body for a while before voicing the answer in his heart. When these words were spoken, the few Burning Flame Valley elders behind him looked at each other in succession. After carefully examining Xiao Yan's current state, they seemed to have realized something. They could not help but smile awkwardly as they continued to look towards the arena where Xiao Yan was located. At the same time, Meng Hong's flame star hammer completely descended under the watching gazes of countless people. It viciously smashed towards Xiao Yan's head, the terrifying aura causing the invisible space to violently distort. In the next second, the giant hammer formed completely from Genesis Chi was about to land on Xiao Yan's body. However, it was at this moment that the layer of faint golden light on the surface of Xiao Yan's calm-looking body suddenly released a dazzling brilliance. A golden giant appeared above Xiao Yan's head as the light gathered. It raised its head and puffed out its chest, completely blocking Meng Hong's attack. Only after all the energy on the flame star hammer was completely exhausted did the enormous golden figure above Xiao Yan's head slowly scatter. When one looked at Xiao Yan again, the latter was still in his calm demeanor from earlier. Xiao Yan's body had appeared in front of Meng Hong in a ghost-like manner the moment he entered the battleground. He smiled slightly and once again pushed Meng Hong away with his palm. Next, the faint voice once again spread. Human figures flew and repeatedly flew toward Xiao Yan, who was in the middle of the arena. Loud cries continued to resound over the place. Waves of sounds of physical bodies colliding also repeatedly sounded. In less than 2 hours, Xiao Yan had already defeated over 100 disciples from the Burning Flame Valley. His forehead was already covered with perspiration. The cultivation of the majority of these people was not inferior to his. It was already very difficult for him to defeat over 100 disciples in succession. If this continued, he would likely be defeated here one day. The endless attrition battle was the most headache-inducing. Even Xiao Yan, whose fighting strength far exceeded his own cultivation, was unable to endure for a long time. However, there were still over 100 Burning Flame Valley disciples standing in front of him. If they were to go down one by one, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not be able to endure until then. However, compared to the nervousness in Xiao Yan's heart at this moment, the surrounding spectators and the Burning Flame Valley disciples in front of him had long been shocked speechless by Xiao Yan's terrifying fighting strength. Even Qin Yan and the others, who were far away at this moment, were similarly shocked in their hearts. Using his own strength, he had forcefully defeated over 100 Burning Flame Valley disciples. Even though this process appeared to be extremely simple, it was even more terrifying than the battle results that Qin Yan had created. From the looks of it now, Xiao Yan, who was still standing in front of the pavilion, was the biggest dark horse in this Burning Flame Valley sect grand competition. Who is this Xiao Yan? If it is possible, it is best to investigate his background. We must try our best to be on good terms with him. At this moment, even those experts at the Origin King level, who originally did not think highly of Xiao Yan, were similarly filled with shock in their hearts. There were even some people who were preparing gifts to be on good terms with him. For such a genius expert, His future was immeasurable. If they were able to form a good relationship with him as soon as possible, it would undoubtedly be extremely beneficial to them. Let's go and meet him. At the same time, the few elders from the Burning Flame Valley in the distant building were finally unable to wait any longer. If they were to really wait until Xiaoyan defeated all of these disciples, not only would their Burning Flame Valley lose face, but it would also affect Xiaoyan's opinion of their Burning Flame Valley. If this was the case, all that they had done would be a loss that would outweigh the gains. The reason why they had probed Xiaoyan's strength was because they hoped to clearly see his depth. However, at this moment, the frightening fighting strength and talent that Xiaoyan had displayed had already far exceeded their expectations. If they did not move to meet him now, it was likely that it would be too late in the end. At the same time, the battle within the battleground continued. Faced with increasingly strong opponents, the current Xiaoyan was no longer as relaxed and carefree as he was at the beginning. He needed to carefully deal with each and every one of them. After blocking all of their attacks, he needed to use the smallest price to force the other party out of the battleground. Clang 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 clang. By relying on the golden elephant skill, Xiaoyan blocked all of the attacks from the figure in front of him. When his body moved forward, this fellow actually used his agility to dodge Xiaoyan's attack and immediately circled to the side of Xiaoyan. Both of his hands flipped and a palm landed on Xiaoyan's shoulder. "You have lost. Is that so?" When the corner of this disciple's mouth revealed a slight smile, Xiaoyan parted his mouth and smiled. Although he was indeed a little tired, it was more than enough to finish off this fellow. Force elephant skill, retreat. Just as this disciple's two palms landed on Xiaoyan's body, Xiaoyan cried out loudly in his heart. At the same time, his body suddenly shook. The ground under his feet and the invisible space trembled. A powerful force swept out from Xiaoyan's body and actually forcefully blasted this disciple out of the battleground. With a stern cry, the expressions of everyone present changed when they heard it. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock and surprise repeatedly swept left and right at Xiaoyan. It was hard to imagine that he had actually defeated so many Burning Flame Valley disciples by himself. This kind of fighting strength was something that even Qin Yan did not possess. "The remaining people, all of you can come at me together." Xiaoyan's gaze swept across the entire place. His arrogant voice was once again spat out. The expressions of everyone changed once again. Xiaoyan's words were simply a provocation to the Burning Flame Valley. However, since things had already developed to this point, all of the Burning Flame Valley disciples present were naturally unwilling to admit defeat. Just as they were about to step forward, a voice that was filled with dignity and an old voice suddenly sounded in the sky above this pavilion. "What are all of you doing instead of going back and training properly?" Chapter 1207. The elderly voice that was suddenly transmitted caused the spirits of everyone present to be shaken. At the same time, Xiaoyan also immediately raised his head. His gaze looked over. A white-robed old man was standing in the midair. His face was dignified as he swept his gaze over all the Burning Flame Valley's disciples below. "Have you finally arrived?" Xiaoyan was not too surprised by the appearance of this old man. His gaze swept over. Qin Yan and a couple of other elders were surprisingly in a pavilion a short distance away. Xiaoyan was a little surprised in his heart when he saw that Qin Yan was actually standing together with an elder from the Burning Flame Valley. "This is the resting place of our Burning Flame Valley's foreign guests. How can we allow all of you to cause trouble here? All of you get lost. All of you will be confined for 10 days and reflect on your actions." The old man's stern cry once again spread, causing the expressions of all the Burning Flame Valley's disciples below to immediately change. Numerous gazes were filled with fear as they looked at the old man in the sky. Only after noticing the slight fury in the latter's eyes did they hurriedly withdraw in a dejected manner. In merely a moment, this large group of people had completely left. The originally crowded street had also become spacious and empty. It is unexpected that even the first elder of the Burning Flame Valley has come out. The other few elders and Qin Yan seem to be there as well. It is just that they did not reveal themselves. From the looks of it, they should have seen the entire process of the challenge earlier. It is just that they did not step forward to stop it. It is likely that the Burning Flame Valley also wants to use this opportunity to teach this Xiao Yan a lesson. It is just that it is unexpected that Xiao Yan is actually this strong. He is actually able to defeat so many Burning Flame Valley's disciples by himself. Looks like another dark horse that is not inferior to Qin Yan will appear in this Burning Flame Valley Grand Competition. The faces of the surrounding observers immediately revealed a surprised expression when they saw this old man in the sky. After some words, the gazes that they used to look at Xiao Yan once again contained an additional admiration. However, they had forgotten just who was the one who was mocking and ridiculing Xiao Yan earlier. Cuckoo, recently, the elders and deacons of the valley have been busy with the grand meeting activities. They have neglected to discipline these little brats, causing them to actually do such a radical thing. Mr. Xiao Yan, please do not blame them. The old man only slowly descended after dispersing those disciples. He landed in front of Xiao Yan. His old face revealed a somewhat apologetic smile. Immediately, he courteously cupped his hands toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan did not dare to slight when he saw this. He hurriedly returned the greeting before he smiled and said, "Elder, you are is." Xiao Yan cupped his hands politely. The one who should be the one. The one. Although he spoke in this manner, the smile on Xiao Yan's face did not have the slightest intention of apologizing. Seeing this, the old man involuntarily laughed out loud after exchanging glances with Xiao Yan for a couple of seconds. Haha, a couple of days ago, I heard that Mr. Xiao Yan is young and promising. Now that I have met you, you are indeed a young and outstanding talent. Your heroic spirit is something that few people can match. The old me is Li Xianxia, the first elder of the Burning Flame Valley. If I have the time, the old me would like to invite Mr. Xiao Yan for some tea. A glint flashed deep within Li Xianxia's turbid old eyes. The corner of his eyes glanced at the few people who were quietly watching the show in the surrounding pavilions. However, he did not avoid inviting Xiao Yan on the street. Hearing these words, Xiao Yan's expression could not help but be slightly startled. He was a little surprised in his heart. He thought in his heart, I did not see this old man in front of me at the elders' seating area a couple of days ago. I did not expect that the latter was actually the first elder of the Burning Flame Valley. In that case, wouldn't he be the person, other than the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley, most likely to help me obtain the core body transformation milk? However, just as Xiao Yan was about to nod his head and agree, he suddenly sensed the sharp gazes from the surrounding pavilions. Those gazes seemed to be indicating for him to reject. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's heart immediately shivered. It was merely the first elder who wanted to invite him for some tea. What was there for these fellows to be agitated about? Moreover, from the looks of it, those gazes clearly contained some threatening intent. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan was even more confused in his heart. However, since this matter concerned him, he naturally could not shrink back because of a gaze from these fellows. Moreover, Xiao Yan was a person who did not like to be threatened. Any kind of threat would only be treated as a fart by the other party. Therefore, Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment before treating any threatening killing intent in their gazes as nothing. Nodding his head, Xiao Yan had a smile on his face as he accepted Li Qingshu's invitation. At the same time, the emotions in his heart gradually became fiery. From the looks of it, he seemed to be very close to the core body transformation milk. Seeing that Xiao Yan in front of him had actually accepted his invitation so readily, Li Qingshu, who was in front of him, was instead a little surprised. He was very clear about what Xiao Yan would face when he said those words. However, he did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually ignore the wolf-like gazes of those fellows. Could it be that he was really not afraid of these fellows, or was it that he had the confidence to successfully escape from their hands? However, these were no longer important. Since Xiao Yan had agreed to the invitation, as the initiator, Li Qingshu naturally had to do it. Moreover, compared to the emotions in Xiao Yan's heart, Li Qingshu's heart was similarly filled with joy at this moment. Subsequently, under Li Qingshu's invitation, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin went together. Although the rest of the people wanted to follow, they were stopped. Even Luo Jin only agreed to follow after Li Qingshu hesitated for a while. This was because he could faintly sense a somewhat familiar aura from this young man. Although that aura was very old and difficult to recognize, it still prompted him to agree to Luo Jin's request. Along the way, the two of them followed behind Li Qingshu. The former would ask a few questions from time to time, and his words clearly revolved around Xiao Yan. In response, Xiao Yan, who had many years of experience, naturally replied fluently. It was as if he had prepared everything beforehand. Of course, this old man was clearly not someone easy to deal with. Under the silence, the conversation made Xiao Yan feel nervous. He could not help but curse the old fox in his heart. Only when both sides had quieted down did Luo Jin silently approach Xiao Yan's ear. He muttered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Be careful. According to what I know, this old man is a true Origin King expert." Xiao Yan's heart was immediately shocked when he heard these words. The moment he raised his eyes, he discovered that Li Qingshu was also looking at the two of them with a smile. That kind manner was as though he had not heard their conversation. Xiao Yan's heart was immediately filled with shock. The shock in his heart grew even greater when he saw this scene. However, it made sense after some thought. The Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley was an expert at the Great Origin King realm. Since the person before him could become the first elder of the Burning Flame Valley, it was naturally normal for him to be at the Great Origin King realm. If his cultivation was only at the Origin King realm, he would not live up to his name. Please come in. This is my tea room. Chapter 1208. Just as Xiao Yan and Li Wuyo stepped into the tea room, they could not help but exclaim in surprise at the scene in front of them. The tea room that was filled with a delicate fragrance was dignified and elegant. The four walls were all made of top-quality wood. Moreover, at a glance, there was not the slightest gap between the walls. The tea room was built from a complete huge tree. Looking at it this way, the size of the ancient tree that built this tea room was simply unimaginable. The four walls of the tea room were hollow out, forming various kinds of strange flowers and herbs. There were even many carvings of unknown magical beasts that were vivid and lifelike. Sunlight shone in from the hollow out and shone on the fragrant floor. The patterns that were formed also changed with the passage of time. A faint tea fragrance floated in the air like smoke and fog. After inhaling a breath, one would feel that one's entire body was much more spirited. Looking around, the two of them even saw quite a number of high-grade medicinal ingredients that were hard to find in the outside world. Most of the medicinal ingredients actually caused Xiao Yan to be extremely excited when he saw them. If any of these medicinal ingredients were to be taken out and placed in an auction, it would be a priceless treasure. After the two of them sat down, Li Qingshu extended his hand and beckoned. Immediately, a teapot appeared in the formless space. The body of the teapot swayed, and one could even hear the sound of tea being swayed from within. According to what Mr. Xiao Yan said earlier, you came from the southwest border. This time, you seem to have come to my Burning Flame Valley to ask for medicine. However, Mr. Xiao Yan, my Burning Flame Valley is not the Alchemist Alliance. If you want to ask for medicine, you should look for them. However, if Mr. really needs any medicinal ingredients, feel free to ask. If this old man is able to help, I will definitely do my best. As Li Qingshu smiled, he took out 3 teacups from who knows where and brewed tea. He placed them in front of Xiao Yan and Li Wuyo, after which, he raised his head with a smile. If that's the case, this junior will thank senior first. Facing Li Qingshu, Xiao Yan did not dare to have the slightest bit of neglect. Moreover, they were the ones who came to ask for help this time. In terms of etiquette, he would naturally be more considerate. What medicinal ingredients do you need? As long as my Burning Flame Valley has it, we will definitely do our best to help you. Senior, I'm afraid that in the entire southern region, only your valley has the medicinal ingredients that I need. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Li Qingshu raised his eyebrows and a hint of surprise appeared on his old face. He looked at Xiao Yan and asked curiously, what kind of medicinal herb is it? What this junior needs is precisely the geocentric body milk that is unique to your valley. Boom! However, the instant Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, Li Qingshu, who originally had a curious expression, actually stood up in an instant. A terrifying aura and pressure instantly sealed the entire tea room. The frightening pressure instantly shattered the teacups that were filled with tea in front of the three of them. The fragrant tea transformed into 3 water swords that shot out in the blink of an eye. They even nearly pierced Xiao Yan and Li Wuyo in front of them. Even though this was the case, the sharp wind that the water swords carried when they passed in front of the two of them caused their faces to feel a piercing pain. At the same time, an indifferent expression immediately surged into Li Qingshu's pair of turbid old eyes. His cold eyes did not contain the slightest emotion as he stared at Xiao Yan and Li Wuyo in front of him. His expression was especially cold. It was a long while later before he slowly said in an extremely low voice, "Who told you all this, and who called you here?" The indifferent voice no longer contained the slightest bit of warmth and emotion like before. Instead, a cold killing intent gradually gathered. At this moment, Xiao Yan and Li Wuyo did not have the slightest doubt in their hearts that if they were unable to find a reason or method to calm this old man in front of them, this fellow would definitely kill them without any hesitation. Xiao Yan did not expect that his words would actually directly touch upon the greatest taboo of the Burning Flame Valley. "Senior, this junior does not have any ill intentions in coming to the Burning Flame Valley. I only hope to be able to, if you don't speak, this old man will kill you right now." Without waiting for the words from Xiao Yan's mouth to sound, Li Qingshu flipped his palm. Xiao Yan's body immediately floated into the air uncontrollably. 3 of his fingers formed a seal in the air and an invisible force immediately grabbed Xiao Yan's throat, causing his face to turn swollen red in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Luo Jin by the side was just about to stand up when Li Qingshu waved his sleeve. Another invisible force immediately and violently smashed into his chest. With a bang, his body flew out uncontrollably and violently collided with the wall behind him. If it were not for Li Qingshu's intentional protection, it was likely that this tea room would have been destroyed because of this. Boom. "Senior, we have no ill intentions in coming here. I hope that Senior will stop." In the next moment, another wave of energy surged out from Xiao Yan's body. Tremendous soul force instantly filled the entire tea room and an illusionary figure appeared before Li Qingshu. It was Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian appeared and stood between Xiao Yan and Li Qingshu. His body shook and surging soul force quickly enveloped Xiao Yan, forcefully dispersing the invisible force that was controlling him. Afterwards, he grabbed Xiao Yan's wrist and the two of them quickly retreated. I didn't expect you to have a soul body in your body. You want to leave? It won't be that easy." Xiao Xian's sudden appearance also surprised Li Qingshu for a moment. By the time he returned to his senses, Xiao Xian had already brought Xiao Yan and quickly retreated. However, the tea room had already been sealed by Li Qingshu's presence. Perhaps Xiao Xian could leave by himself, but it was impossible for him to bring Xiao Yan with him. "A mere King Yuan dares to escape from my hands? Stay here." With a low roar, Li Qingshu's figure flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Xian and Zhou Yuan in the next second. He slammed his palm toward Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian's heart was greatly alarmed by Li Qingshu's attack. Xiao Yan had yet to recover. If both of them were struck, the price they would have to pay would be extremely high. With no other choice, Xiao Xian could only withdraw all of the spiritual strength he had released. At the same time, his hand, which was tightly grabbing Xiao Yan's wrist, swiftly released. The seals between his hands rapidly changed. At the same time, surging Genesis Chi swiftly gathered in the space in front of him. An invisible sword with its tip pointed upward was formed the moment Li Qingshu's palm landed. Qingmu Sword Art, Dao Heaven Sword. Xiao Xian let out a roar as soon as the long sword was formed. At the same time, the golden light on the surface of his body shone brightly, and the invisible long sword also emitted a faint clear light. The wind spun rapidly, forming a wind wall to meet Li Qingshu's palm head-on. Clang! As the palm fell, the sword trembled violently, and the wind wall was instantly destroyed. Boundless astral winds assaulted Xiao Xian's face. Xiao Xian's face turned incomparably solemn, and the golden light shining from his body rapidly dimmed. At the same time, the power contained in Li Qingshu's palm was also rapidly decreasing. Boom! After more than 10 seconds, Xiao Xian and Li Qingshu uncontrollably drew back. Although Xiao Xian was in a sorry state, Li Qingshu's old face didn't look any better. He took a few steps back, and the qi and blood in his body were surging. The palm that collided with Xiao Xian's palm was numb at this moment. In this exchange, the two of them were actually evenly matched. Chapter 1209. Rank 7 Soul Power? Li Qingshu could not help but exclaim when he stabilized his body. When he lifted his head, the expression on his old face was extremely shocked. When he saw the golden light array that was gradually dispersing on the surface of Xiao Xian's body, the former immediately understood in his heart that the person in front of him was not only a fellow who possessed a 7-realm soul, but was also a rank 7 formation master. He's also a rank 7 array master. With this thought, Li Qingshu's expression changed again. At the same time, he felt a trace of graveness in his heart. Even if the other party was a spirit body, he was still a rank 7 array master. The energy contained in such an expert was not any weaker than his. In a strict sense, if a rank 7 array master used his full strength, even he was no match for him. Therefore, Li Qingshu did not dare to be careless in the face of Xiao Xian. So what if you're a rank 7 array master? I won't let you leave so easily today. After a moment of hesitation, Li Qingshu took a step forward, and vast Genesis Qi immediately gushed out from his body. The majestic energy formed a wave of Qi that rapidly spread from his feet, once again enveloping the entire tea room and forming a nearly solid energy wall inside the tea room. With this energy wall, even a rank 7 array master like Xiao Xian would not be able to break it so easily, let alone Li Qingshu, who was an origin emperor expert. However, Xiao Xian felt rather helpless in the face of Li Qingshu, who had repeatedly misunderstood their purpose. Xiao Yan had completely fainted under the impact of the energy attack and would likely not wake up for some time. His logic cultivation was insufficient, and it would be very difficult for him to help. Li Qingshu would not believe Xiao Xian's words, and it was likely that surrendering would be useless. At this moment, he could only try to force his way out. Elder, this junior has no intention of offending you, but this matter is indeed a misunderstanding. I hope that Elder can believe what we say. Believe? Almost no one in the outside world knows about my Burning Flame Valley's geocentric body refinement milk. Since you are able to obtain information about the geocentric body refinement milk, other than them, there is basically no one else. Therefore, you should take back your lies. Faced with Xiao Xian's struggle, Li Qingshu did not believe him in the slightest. With a leap, he was about to launch another attack at the former. He believed that as long as he did not give the other party the time to gather the formation or use the formation plate, the other elders of his Burning Flame Valley would be able to discover the commotion here and rush over at top speed. At that time, it would naturally not be a problem to deal with this rank 7 formation master in front of him. However, right at this moment, Shua. Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, Li Qingshu's figure paused for a moment and caught the flowing light in his hand. The moment he turned his head, he saw that Luo Jin was staring at him with no trace of fear in his eyes. Seeing this, Li Qingshu couldn't help but feel suspicious in his heart. He immediately lowered his head to look at the item in his hand. When the light on the item gradually scattered, a warm and pure white jade fan appeared in his hand. This jade fan looked ordinary. However, when Li Qingshu saw this fan for the first time, the expression in his old eyes suddenly focused. Even his pupils instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. His entire body involuntarily trembled. This is the whisk jade fan. Only after a long while did Li Qingshu finally say the name of this fan word by word. At the same time, an extremely mysterious and terrifying fellow appeared in his mind. That's right, it is the whisk jade fan. At this moment, Luo Jin finally spoke in a leisurely manner. After which, he smiled and walked forward. Under Li Qingshu's stunned gaze, he took back the jade fan in Li Qingshu's hand. After which, he gently waved it and the jade fan immediately emitted a schwa sound as it spread open. Following Luo Jin's gentle waving and adding the confident smile on the corner of his mouth, He appeared somewhat similar to when Xiao Yan had first met him back then. It is said that the Whisk Jade Fan has always been personally held by the Pavilion Master of the Yunin Pavilion. Since the Whisk Jade Fan is here, then you are… Li Qingshu narrowed his eyes. His muddy old eyes stared at the young man in front of him. He extended a skinny finger and pointed at Luo Jin in front of him. He spoke slowly and hesitantly. I am Luo Jin, the Pavilion Master of the Yunin Pavilion. As soon as he said this, Li Qingshu's body suddenly trembled. He felt dizzy. He didn't even dare to imagine that the terrifying Pavilion Master of the Yunin Pavilion in his impression was actually such a young man. This was simply unbelievable. Impossible. This old man has seen the Pavilion Master of the Yunin Pavilion before. His cultivation is at least above Source Zone. Even if his appearance is as young as yours, his cultivation can't be faked. The person you saw was my father. Back then, in order to avoid some trouble for the Yunin Pavilion, he revealed himself as the Yunin Pavilion's Pavilion Master. This is also the true reason why you have never seen the appearance of the Yunin Pavilion's Pavilion Master. Faced with Li Qingshu's questioning, Luo Jin's face was filled with confidence. He had already expected that this fellow would ask such a question when he revealed his identity. Not only him, but everyone who saw him would probably say the same thing. But even so, it is not enough to prove that you are the Pavilion Master of the Yunin Pavilion. Then what about this? As the great elder of the Burning Flame Valley, you should be very familiar with this. Hearing this, Luo Jin curled his lips and smiled. With a flip of his hand, a pure white formation plate appeared above his palm and gently floated. Immediately, shock once again surfaced in Li Qingshu's heart. If it was said that he could deny the authenticity of the Whisking Jade Fan, then the formation plate that appeared in Luo Jin's hand at this moment was something that he could not deny no matter what. This was because his Burning Flame Valley also had a similar formation plate. Moreover, it was seen as the sect protecting formation of his Burning Flame Valley. Back then, in order to obtain this formation plate, his Burning Flame Valley had used the valley's greatest secret, the Earth Core Body Elixir, in exchange. This Great Star Plate Formation, Earth Core Body Elixir. Could it be? Since things had already developed to this point, even if Li Qingshu was a fool, he would be able to guess the cause and effect of all of this. It was likely that the reason why Xiao Yan had come to his Burning Flame Valley was not because of those fellows' instructions, but because of this young man in front of him. So that's how it is. In that case, you are really the Pavilion Master of the Yunin Pavilion? Li Qingshu laughed at himself. He shot a glance at Luo Jin and saw the latter nod his head. Only then did he look at Xiao Yan and said, since that is the case, then he has indeed come for the Earth Core Body Elixir. However, like he said, he does not have any ill intentions. He only wishes to exchange for it.